bend over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the put it in the
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're devil, we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
The atmosphere it's really busy. It's just nice because normally when you're playing, League, you're at home by yourself, just in your room. But to actually have the people around here, to have, the music, to have everyone interested in the same thing, it's fantastic. I think if I was going to focus on one player to trash talk, it would have to be Matt Croft. The man has a massive ego, but to be honest, I think that's the only thing he does have. He's the biggest ego in the Newell, and he's not even in the main roster of his own team. I don't think he'll have what it takes to take us down in the best of 5.
Good luck, guys. You've managed to fluke your way to the finals by beating some teams that were very much better than you, and I guess you're gonna get found out today when we smash you.
We are on to the Rift.
Here we go!
In the moment, as they do get a bit of a catch onto the Morgana, who already has to use the Black Shield on top of herself. Now comes the teleport you were talking about. Doing something top, looking for the damage. That's going to be Kindred. Uses the Lazarus Sprite, trying to get the damage. Forces the flash out of Morgana. No one's dropping down just yet, but it's going to be Yorick who gets the first kill onto the Cogmore, and now the rest of Extra are left to run for their life. Dashes, he dashes Lee Brothers, but he finds himself immediately shut down. That's going to be Hecarim getting a kill to high anxiety, but that's going to be the ace for Bristol Whip, and the underdogs are going to be 2-0 up.
They're looking to dethrone the champions, and they are looking like they've got one hell of a shot.
It is our defending champions, the University of Exeter, who find themselves pushed against the wall by the upcomers, the University of Bristol, who have a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series.
We settle this here and now.
Favour of Exeter. Now Lee Brothers trying to find the Hecarim. Going to be the lockdown. This is going to be first blood secured by Lee Brothers. Baron's already got it secured by the 5 members of Bristol Whip, but can they keep those buffs? Here's the fight. What a knock-up! Go in and Crofty gets 2. Shot is going to flash away, and the tumble is there as well. Flash in from Lee Brothers. It's going to be first blood secured by your man, Lee Brothers. To Watley and turned down for Watley. He's gone. It's going to be do nothing mid securing 1 kill, do nothing jungle getting another, but do nothing top unable to pick one up for himself. And Crofty, who went golden, who went into his pool, gets himself a triple kill and completely turns the fight.
Let me just consult the notebook. Silver scrapes? Woo! I'm so ready.
He has just bamboozled the opposition, who bamboozled in return. The flag and dragon do nothing jungle. He's still surviving for now, but now he's gone.
Spread the defense thin, and the desperation engage comes a lot harder.
Emperor's already used the Black Shield. The Cataclysm is going to lock both Do Nothing Jungle and Everett. They both go gold, and this is the fight that Bristol Whip want to take. Watley has managed to pick up 1 kill, and so has Lee Brothers. Do Nothing top himself is going to get shredded by that Vayne. This is the Vayne that can rip through Hellfire. End the game. They're going to win the game. They're going to win the championship. The new champions are going to be Exeter.
And the reverse sweep to come back and reclaim their title. What an amazing performance from Exeter. We wondered about whether their mentality will be strong enough, and look what it means to them. They book their tickets to the LEC studio in Berlin. They make sure that they are the ones who have their names on those plane tickets over there, and not only to there, but also to the UE Masters as well, to represent Great Britain in that tournament.
It is time for the grand final of the League of Legends University Series here at the Newell. My name is Stanley Greyheart-Barker. As always, I am joined by the wonderful Alex Naimira Hapgood.
You are indeed. We've had the LEC, we've had the LCS, now we've got the Newell. It's the big one. We have a long-awaited best of 5 here to bring to you. It's between the best, the brightest, and the bravest teams the UK university scene has to offer, and I think it's fair to say we're both looking forward to it quite a lot.
We very much so are. I've got to be completely honest with you. I'm hoping that we're going to end up with a result slightly different to what we saw in both of the aforementioned finals there. We got 3-0s in both of those. And as we're going to hear later, both of these teams predicting themselves to win. One of them certainly thinks it's going to be a 3-0. I don't want to see that, though. I want it to go just like we saw in that last video before the broadcast started. Like our last Newell Live semi-final. I want this to be a big 5-game series. All the drama, all the hype, all the excitement.
I think we both want that just for entertainment purposes, just as a third-party watcher, as a caster, you do want to see the best entertainment value. I'm not going to pull my punches. Brunel look really, really strong coming into this. If I were a betting man, I'm not. I would probably say this is going towards a 3-1 to the side of Brunel based off of what I've seen from the semi-finals. I think there are definite ways that Bristol can win. Coming into this series, we have players with 14 KDA on both teams. Rosalina had a huge series in their semi-final versus Grey Warwick. Had a great game on an Elise, and also Gragas had some great team fights. But then also Chensang, mid laner, for Bristol Whipped came in and had a Tristana game, just absolutely popped off. I would love to see the Tristana coming in. We've had a couple of patch changes now. It was buffed significantly. So I think that there are a couple of picks and a couple of players that have a lot of tools in their kit to really open up this series.
Yeah, both of these teams coming in, having had fantastic performances across the split. Brunel Phantoms, they are our number 1 seed. They are the 15-0 team from groups. In the knockout phase, they came up, I believe, first against 4 Imports, 1 Baden, and then against Grey Warwick. Yeah. And they obviously got both of those wins. They did drop the 1 game in one of those matchups.
Yeah, they dropped the first game versus Coventry in the quarterfinals. Yep. That was on stream as well before the servers died.
Exactly. And then Bristol Whipped, they were 14-1 coming out of Group A as the top seed from that group. They managed to beat the Brighton Pirates and then Cabbage Family as well. They've had a pretty stunning performance all the way through as well. So both these teams have showed very, very small chinks in their armor where they've dropped a game here or there, but overall close enough to an unbeaten season as they come to this final. But someone's got to come out the loser at the end of today. And the question is, will it be Bristol Whipped again? This is a team who just saw them in that null final. They came up short in that one against Exeter. They came up short in the winter split. They've always been the bridesmaid, never the bride. Can this be the time they turn around their luck?
Sure, and I mean, so I had a chance to talk to a lot of the players in the run-up to this. This was a couple of weeks ago now, so things have had a chance to scan through the document, wrote everything down. So I asked Shentang from Bristol, whether any of the teams or players have particularly impressed them on their Newell journeys thus far, and they did say Brunel, of course. And, I think that, both these teams have huge win rates. Like you're saying, they are better than C9's win rate in the LCS, if you look at that. And that's one of the most dominant splits they've had in a major region. Of course, very, very different story. It does say something to me as well that the 1 game which Bristol have lost was against Bath. That is famously their scrim partner. So maybe there was some inside trading information, just knowing the matchup better on the day. Whereas, we did see that Brunel lost a game in the quarterfinals to Coventry, 4 Imports, 1 Bagan. And when I asked Rosalina from their team about the most memorable moments from the split, it was for them the comeback in that series, because they were on top and they still are on top in so many of these different matchups, but it teaches them not to take these victories for granted. All of the other answers were just ridiculously confident. They had so many. I mean, I've posted some stuff on Twitter. It's borderline flame, actually, thinking about it. It's up there, but I love the confidence, and it's nice to have that kind of atmosphere coming into it, because it bolsters the team. But as long as it doesn't get to their heads and they don't drop early games like they did in the quarterfinals, they are looking very, very strong coming into this series.
There's one quote from that interview that you did, I believe, with Rosalina that I absolutely loved. And I think he said something along the lines of, if we had a really bad day and Bristol put on their sweatbands, then maybe we'd win 3-1 instead of 3-0.
That is exactly it.
Trust me, I'll be coming back to that one should they drop a game, 2 or even 3.
Yeah.
Big confidence, but you know what? I love the personalities we're getting here. We're getting it from the interview that you did with Bristol, obviously from Brunel as well. Some real cool personalities that are coming through. Yeah, they talk a good game, but so far this year they've played a good game as well.
I know both these teams have.
Yeah, I know Rosalina on the back of the last one, there was accusations, for instance, in Twitch chat saying, "Oh, that was too good to be Rosalina," or it must have been someone else playing. He dropped a slightly NSFW video on his Twitter with so much fire. He was like, "No, it's me playing. I am that good. I'm going to the final. Watch me there." So let's see if he can turn up the same way again today.
And we definitely penned him in as our MVP from that series. As I said, came out with a 14 KDA. Wins had a similar KDA at 11 from the mid lane. And they were just unstoppable in that mid 2v2. But I think actually, Bristol, if they're going to win a couple of these games, it might actually be through that 2v2, because I was talking about Shentang coming in with a huge Tristana performance, having a Ziggs game as well, and coming out with a 14.5 KDA. That's absurd! You don't see these kind of numbers very often, and especially in a playoff stage when you do have, the best of the best coming at it on each other. I think that around this mid lane, I would love to see some drafting towards stuff which can really either hold a very stable lane, or something which can just absolutely hammer through that. One pick which I really want to highlight on is Ziggs. Ziggs was on the winning team in all 4 games. Both semi-finals were 2-0s, and both teams had them on their team in their victory. I think the one time it wasn't in mid lane was for Bristol when they put it down to the bot lane in game 2. That was when the Tristana went mid. And there's something to be said about Ziggs as a champion. I remember back to Season 4. It was an interesting time. You know, even if you had Baron, it just didn't matter because Ziggs would just wave clear. He's a poke non-interactive champion. And I mean, you've heard, I've been rehearsing this so much, man. It's just, you know
What's
how...
that? I haven't heard about this before.
You haven't heard this before, but you know how a lot of people love to assign like Magic the Gathering colors to certain champions in competition, say like, this is mono red, super aggressive, mono blue, super controlling. I don't think that really fits Ziggs. I think he is beige. He's absolutely beige. He's completely non-interactive. And even so, he is so important to both these teams, as we were saying. Has 4 wins in the playoff stage so far. Maybe see him in this best of 5 today.
Well, we are going to be playing on the live patch, which is 10.8. We will find out a little bit more whether that Ziggs becomes a crucial pick or ban as we get into Champ Select just as quickly as we can. Before we get there, though, I wasn't sure whether to mention or not, but I'm going to address something of the elephant in the room because this final was delayed. Not once, but twice. It was obviously meant to happen last week, where we had all of the issues, or there were issues with the client, and as a result, we weren't able to put this out there as we would have liked to last week. If you were there waiting for it last week, thank you so much for joining us again for today's final. We hope it delivers. But it's also been delayed, you know, a previous time even to that, because this was meant to be played over the Insomnia weekend at Insomnia at the NEC in Birmingham. We're meant to have our live finals like we do for the summer split, and it didn't happen. And, you know, for me personally, absolutely gutted not to see that, to have that big live experience. Really sad not to be able to share it with the crowd who are watching, with the players live in person. But you know what, having seen the way these two teams are talking about this final, it's going to be something special regardless. And, you know, whoever comes out on top is still going to be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, this is my first split casting with Annual. Did play a number of years ago with a couple of my friends back in Sheffield. And it would have been great for me to kind of meet some of the community there as well over at Insomnia. But, you know, the love we feel in this community is huge. It's a very interactive community. And, of course, it is built and maintained for all of you people that compete, all of you people that watch, and everyone who helps produce this as well. It's sad not to see you guys face to face, but you know, we'll take the next best thing, and we're going to give you the best show we can tonight, and hopefully we're going to have the best games for you too.
One of the benefits of not being at Null Live at Insomnia is that we do have special guests. The Greyhounds are present. This is Loki being mischievous as ever. Balls around
Suddenly,
somewhere.
this is the best cast I have ever been part of.
Give it time. It can only get worse from here because, yeah, we've got the doggos. If they start causing a bit of a nuisance later on, they might have to disappear, but not like that.
Normally, you don't let the Greyhounds into your room, right? So, would you say you're giving the dog a bone this time? No. Okay, we'll leave that.
Just giving them a really raggy, fluffy toy. There we go. So, yeah, it's nice to have the fluff monsters here. I am certainly looking forward to getting into Champ Select. I'm hoping that is going to be very, very soon. And
if not, you're just going to have to see and hear more of us, and that's.
Oh no, I'm not sure anyone can deal with that. But yeah, we definitely both have got a fair amount of League merch between the two of us. This is just something I'm noticing, having looked at our rooms. We've both got the Poros on the one side of us, King Poro here.
And I've got my absolute Ari
Poro.
degeneracy on the other.
So, talk to me about Ari, Alex. Is this something that we need to get you help for, or?
It's borderline on a session. No, so I hit 1 million mastery points this year, which is really cool, and we got to cast a couple of Ari games as well, so it was really nice. Oh, come on. I mean, yeah, so I don't pull it out on my Smurf because I'm actually not that good on it. But no,
yeah, I noticed that.
I started playing back in early Season 4. I remember the first League video I ever saw was a video of Faker playing Ari at Season 3 Worlds, and that's kind of what got me into that champion. I've kind of stuck to it ever since. There are a couple of players in the mid lane here which definitely can go towards some of those AP assassins. I don't really think there's an Ari player. Erisu on Grey Warwick did play a bit of that. I'm trying to remember if actually the Ari game was by Erisu in the group stages, actually. I'm trying to remember the exact game. But we've definitely cast 1 or 2 of them. That was fun. Okay, it looks like there are a couple of ready checks going out, so we might be getting into Champion Select pretty soon. We are indeed getting close. So you talked about the Ziggs. Now let's start really focusing on the matter at hand, because we're getting closer, and in fact, very, very close. The Champ Select screen is here. We talked about the Ziggs being such a crucial point of contention. What else are we going to be looking at? As I can already answer that question by saying Lee Sin is going to be banned away. It is indeed. They're coming out thick and fast. So Syndra's being banned away from wins. Okay, this is just going very, very quickly. Lots of targeted picks going away from both teams. Chentang has a number of games on Yasuo. Wins has a number of games on Syndra. Veigar being put out as well. That's a great enabling pick to try and shut down some of the backline control mages. Maybe something like a Ziggs, but more the likes of the Azir and the Orianna that really tends to target. Finishing off with a Thresh and an Elise.
And as a result, the first pick comes in, and the boss has come to party. Set the first lock-in coming out of Brunel.
It is, and this was played by Brunel in their semi-finals victory versus Grey Warwick. Also worth noting, Grey Warwick did play against Cabbage Family for the third place match, and they did win, so Cabbage Family finishing in 4th, Grey Warwick's in 3rd. And Ziggs being first rotation by Bristol. Oh, I love it when my prep pays off.
Well, you said how crucial it was going to be. The first pick did not come out of Brunel. As a result, we see the Ziggs, we see the Tristana, technically flexible between bot lane and mid as well.
But it's probably not anymore, because I reckon the Ziggs is gonna go bot, and the Tristana's gonna go mid. That's what happened in their second game of the semi-finals versus Cabbage Family. And if they're going to win, this is the way that I predicted that they would have gone about it. It's actually going to be an Echo and a Taric locked in response. Very different style from Brunel off of their semi-finals picks.
Yeah, they've got themselves their first 3 champions all locked in as we get through to the second phase of bans. One still to come out of Bristol. What are they going to go for? Are they going to lock themselves down a jungler?
Ornn might be good here. I think Ornn might be good. Try and get in one of their top laners. This would be very different. Okay, so I was about to say, oh, you know, Bristol played Maokai and Ornn in their semi-finals. They really love these tank team fighters. Jax going against the set. That's the gauntlet thrown.
Of course, it could technically be Jax jungle. However, it's most likely that we're going to see the Jax going up into the top lane. That being said, you talked about Set being up in the top lane. Another champion that can be massively flexed. Not going to be in support, as we've already seen that Taric locked in, but could easily still be going to the mid or jungle position.
You mean it's not Funnel Taric with Master Yi?
No.
So,
I've had enough Master Yi for one day, thanks.
Yeah. Our games earlier today went very, very badly when we were playing, but we're into the second round of bans. Kalista was actually nerfed this patch. We haven't managed to talk about the patch too much because it's kind of been moving from one thing to the other. Had the rank 1E, the Ren slow lowered significantly. Is the Rek'Sai going to be banned away from Gadunica? I think that actually Gadunica is probably Bristol's MVP. When we saw their games in the group stages, this guy absolutely popped off on the likes of Jarvan. It's going to be another AD carry ban in this Fortune to round out Bristol's Game 1 bans, though.
Okay, we've got one more ban to come out already. One jungle ban targeted away. Brunel maybe going to remove one more from Gadunica's pool as the Olaf goes bye-bye.
Okay, so Jarvan's still available. That's something which we've seen him play before. Works pretty well with the Tristana, giving that extra attack speed if you are grouped up that Tristana. The one thing I love about Ziggs and Tristana is basically you have the Demolitionist comp. You've got the Bomb, the Tristana E, and you've also got the Satchel Charge from Ziggs. If this team get Herald, they could potentially take 3 turrets, at least 2 in a lot of cases. It's going to be the Gragas actually locked in, all things said and done. Very strong, that shotgun gank in the early game from Gragas where you press your flash, you have all your buttons available to you, and you try and blow up one of these lanes, but has the great team fighting potential as you go later into the game as well.
One more to come from Bristol Whip, most likely to be their support unless some real crazy shenanigans are coming out of the Bristol team. Meanwhile, I Am Jacob locks himself in the Varus. We've seen multiple potential builds for this, with both the lethality and on hit being fairly prevalent. Varus is another champion that took a little bit of a nerf in the last patch, though.
It did. It's a minus 20. Sorry, it's a 20-second increase to the cooldown of his rank 1 ultimate, then 10, and then 0 as it kind of goes on through the game. Excuse me, which does mean that you don't, sometimes if you're trying to trade your ultimate for the likes of a cleanse or a flash, it means that you can't have that larger window to punish that. It's actually going to be what looks like either a set jungle or actually an echo jungle with the set going into mid, with probably the one going into the top lane. We could see some shenanigans with the switch around here, lots of ways they could reorganize themselves. The only thing which I think is certain is the Taric Varus bot lane, which leaves the top laner to be left for Bristol's last pick. Let's see what they go for.
Definitely
top laner, support, that one.
One last champion to be locked in. The Yuumi currently being hovered will give a huge amount of sustain to what is likely to be that Ziggs in the bottom half of the map. The loadouts are completed as we see them looking to go. Yep, it is looking like it's going to be the Ornn mid.
Yeah, okay. I think, and it's also going to be the Ziggs mid as well with Tristana going bot lane. So, I mean, I should really just shut my mouth when I'm talking about flex picks and go, oh, yeah, the Tristana's really good mid. Having it buffed up with the Yuumi means there's all in from Tristana, jumping forward with the rocket jump with, of course, the last chapter going in as well from the Yuumi ultimate. Means that you can just lock someone down and absolutely blow them up. Trist had a pretty large buff to her E this patch. Max rank, so when you get to level 9, you're going to have an extra 20% bonus AD scaling on that bomb detonation, which is absolutely huge for the burst coming out of that champion.
Interesting fact here. Did you know that it's worse? In fact, you have to buy more food if you have Echo coming to your house for dinner than you do if you have Gragas coming to your house for dinner.
And what is that?
Echo always goes back 4 seconds.
No! Oh no! Oh no! We could potentially have 5 games of this. Oh no! That's horrible. Okay, well, starting off the day strong. Should be noted, I believe we have a pun counter somewhere on the stream. I don't have the stream up for myself, but it's kind of par for the course when Stan's casting. It gets a bit difficult sometimes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You have to deal with that, but it's just what it is. You know, you're stuck with me for the duration. Potentially, as you say, 5 games. Such a big final. This one. Both these teams having played so well to get here. They've done all they can in draft, prepare themselves to get themselves onto the Rift, go strongly. You predicted a 3-1 or potentially 3-0 win for Brunel before we saw the Champ Select. What are your feelings having seen Champ Select numero uno?
So, Brunel have really, really strong laners, just in general as players. I think they have drafted strong lanes. I think that Varus is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, laning AD carry now after Aphelios, Kalista, Senna, and a lot of the other AD carries were nerfed. So I think that leaves that Hyam, Jacob, and Girish in a really good spot in this game to just run through bot lane, even though the Tristana does have the ability to pop off. Coming into this series, Hyam, Jacob, and Girish both had a shared KDA of about 4.5. Whereas, you look at Benexast on the other side from the semifinals, he had a 1.9 KDA, and that's towards the lower end of things. So I think that if that bot lane goes badly, Brunel are probably going to run over this game. However, Ziggs does scale up very well in the mid lane, might be able to poke out some of these champions, but I think just because of the strength of lanes from Brunel, I'm going to get tip them for this game 1 victory.
Okay, but Brunel is a prediction coming out of our top man, Nymera. One thing I will say is it doesn't feel quite like the traditional sort of comp that I see Brunel going for, the sort of one that looks like it's just going to roll all over your face as quickly as possible. In fact, actually, with the potential for taking so many turret plates early on, I'm looking towards Bristol Whip to try and push some of these early advantages. A lot is going to rest on the shoulders of the man we were talking about earlier on, Rosalina, and also Gadunica to be counterplaying him.
Absolutely, because Echo he's more of a counter ganker really in the early game, and we did talk about Gragas having that one very strong gank when you have Predator and Flash available to you, but if Echo is there to kind of staunch that engage, perhaps they can turn that around, and then Gragas, doesn't have the tools to use for the next 5 minutes, and then Echo's got off to a good start. I think that Yifan in the top lane against Kera on the set will have a chance to win that 1v1. That will be somewhat of a skill matchup. It is this melee bruiser fighter matchup, and those can always go very pear-shaped very quickly. But I think, honestly, this mid lane of Ornn versus Ziggs, both of these champions have wave cleared. The Ziggs does have some pretty good consistent damage, but it's not like Ornn can't threaten mid laners if you do step too far up. Eat one of those searing charges, brittle combos as well. So I think that, each of these lanes has ways to wave clear, hold themselves around, and hopefully we will see some skill matchups. That's what we really want from these players, see them put all their skills on display and come out on top.
That's exactly what we are going to get to find out right now. Remember, when we go back to last year's Summer Split, we saw the ad for it, the little stinger just before the stream started. Things looked great for Bristol. They went 2-0 up in that one against Exeter, only to be reverse swept in a Silver Scrapes stunning game. Now they are looking to go all the way to win that one extra game to put themselves onto the winner's place. Now, we've talked a lot about these players. We've bigged them all up coming into this game, but now let's officially meet them. On the blue side of the Rift this time round is going to be the Brunel Phantoms, 15-0 from Group B. They are Kira in the top lane, Rosalina is the jungler, Wins in the mid lane, Hyam, Jacob, and Girish will be your bot lane duo.
And on the red side of the Rift in Game 1, we have Bristol Whipped. We have Ifan in the top lane, Gadunica in the jungle, Chentang in mid lane, and Benexas and Longstaff in the bot lane.
They are your players. These are your teams. We are loaded up onto the Rift, and we are mere seconds away from bringing you all of the action. The teams are now all loaded onto the Rift. They're about to spread themselves out. Let's see if anyone goes for the early 5-man squad. It looks like we're going to see defensive positions coming out of the teams. No wanting to make any early critical errors.
Sure, I don't think the level ones are particularly threatening from either team. Perhaps if you walk into a Tarek Dazzle and walk straight into a pause, maybe things go a bit differently. Ganonica has just left left the Rift, so probably having some internet issues. They're just gonna quickly get through these technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties, all par for the course. Frankly, if you don't see that sepia screen and reminisce like you're looking at an old photo, you've not been doing the null for long enough.
I've been saying, like, it's what really brings us up to this, this elite level of broadcasting. You're not an elite broadcast unless you have enough pauses. So I'm just glad to be here with you during this this fantastic time for the Newell.
It certainly is. What's the longest pause that you've had to fill through?
Half an hour. Half an hour, I think. Yeah, it was. So I do a bootleg cast of some Japanese League of Legends, and since they moved from in person to online, been some issues there, as there have been across the world. And to anyone who's had to cast or produce in those kind of situations, I've got nothing but respect for you. It is very hard to do so.
Every time I see the sepia screen, my mind goes back to Insomnia last year, around about Easter time, casting with Chronicler for one of the. I think it was. I can't remember exactly which final. It might have been a LAN final, but basically we started at 8 o'clock in the evening on the Saturday, and we finished at 12:30 on the Sunday lunchtime, with only a small amount of sleep in the middle, having called up due to an exploding firewall. Literally, I didn't know a firewall was actually a physical thing that it could explode until it did.
That's taking things very literally there. It's like, it's like what the phrase when a police officer says, throw the book at them. I mean, don't throw the book. You're meant to read out regulations. Don't throw the book. Don't do it.
Oh, so yeah, well, that was a scarring time. Somewhere out there, there's a video of myself and Chronicler just dancing on the stage, desperately trying to fill the awkward dead space. But that's not something we're gonna have to deal with today. We're just waiting on these connections to stabilize for the two teams. As soon as they do, we will bring you into all of the action.
I mean, that was the origin of Silver Scrapes, right? That was Moscow 5 versus... No, was it CLGU versus World Elite? Something like that?
I know the one you mean. It was the IEM Katowice. I think it was, CLGU at the time.
5 hours of pauses, 8 hours total for the series, 5-game series, something like that. It was absolutely monumental. It was before my time. I started watching in about Season 4 spring. Really, I kind of caught the end of Season 3 Worlds and then kind of started watching around then. But I've heard the stories, I've heard the rumors, these legendary times. We're actually back into game now, though.
Those legendary times are behind us. However, the legendary times for this best of 5 series between Bristol and Brunel are very much in front of us, and now they are upon us. We are onto the Rift, as we saw in the champ select. Is going to be wins on the Ornn, coming into the mid lane, going up against Kira. How do you think he's going to find this matchup going into Chentang Ziggs?
So I think that Ornn has a lot of wave clear for a tank champion. And actually quite reminiscent of back to Season 5, Season 6 Scion mid in a lot of ways, when you did have these tank champions, which just have a lot of wave clear available in their kit, and it just allows them to really survive through laning phases and become very useful in these first team fights when their ultimates become available. Moving on to one of the other lanes, actually, I want to touch quickly on the keystones available from the bot lane duos. We see that there's a lethal tempo coming out of the Varus. That does normally mean that we're going to go for the on-hit Varus in a lot of ways. Do you mind if we just sync up again? I think I've had a couple of issues with the timestamp.
Mine is paused at 1 minute 17.
Mine is also paused at that point. I wonder if this is a spectator thing. It could also actually just be the pause. Okay, so we got some weird spectator stuff going on, probably due to the pause coming in and the desync between various stuff. But yeah, so going back to the bot lane stuff, there's a lethal tempo coming out of the Varus, which does mean the on-hit allows you to kind of cut through some of the members a bit later into the, have a bit more of the consistent damage and build up that blade and the Rage Blade. Whereas we do have the Halo Blades coming from the Tristana, means that you get to stack up that bomb with your quick combo just very, very quickly and gets that full stack. And with, as I was saying, that extra bonus AD scaling added onto Tristana's bomb, just that burst damage is so huge.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, just check with production. I'm at 1 minute 48.
I'm pretty much at that same time.
Beautiful. We are all synced up, good to go to see the action as it unfolds before us. Hopefully no more pauses or issues. That would be very, very nice, as we do see the early Counter-Strike going to get a bit of damage there onto Kira playing Set. When Set was first released, a lot of people looked at him and went, there is no top lane matchup that does well into the Set. How do you feel about the Jax?
So Set, again, got a bit nerfed this patch, had, -10 to -30 damage off the base damage of the W Haymaker. In terms of the Jax, so if you get face breaks, kind of doesn't go very well, and this level 2 trade is kind of annoying. Actually, the Haymaker, of course, goes through the counter strike, but being a very auto-attack based champion, Set does lose some of that continued trade, but if you have to walk up and then eat an unfortunate face breaker, then you're not going to be able to disengage too easily.
This is going to be Ethan going forward onto Kira. Gadunica does walk over a ward, spots it out, clears it out. Kira gets himself to safety, losing a little bit of pressure in the lane.
He is, however, Set does have that lower HP regen from his passive, so won't be the end of the world, and of course has that pot in inventory too, but it's still a nice little bit of pressure for the Jax, but it does mean that Jax will be pushing up in this top lane now. Maybe some of that Rosalina can start looking towards if he makes his way up there. Something to say is that actually, top lane going back in, but yeah.
No, I was just going to say, instead what we're seeing is Rosalina going, you know what, I reckon Gragas has been topside for a long time. I'm going to go and sneak away a blue buff, going for a bit of vertical jungling. Easily going to be a 3-buff start coming in for the Echo. Definitely exactly what Rosalina will have hoped for.
They haven't tracked the jungle start, so he is going to lose his buff there. Won't lose any of his other camps. So this was a full bot side clear into a blue steal from Rosalina, because Gragas did show very early on that top side. Actually, they're going to meet each other in the river here. We'll see what happens. Oh, it looks like the smite went the way of Gadunica.
Gadunica does manage to take away the Scuttle Crab, and Rosalina has to dash away as Shentung throws the bomb over the wall. It is going to be a small steal for Gragas, but he is still going to lose that blue buff, and Echo's going to be able to just get a free reset whenever he wants.
He will do. We'll see if this ends up turning into a double scuttle, because the double scuttle for a 3 buff is actually a pretty even trade in terms of all things said and done. More trades in the top lane, just wailing on each other up here.
I am Jacob, still poking down. Even CS at the moment up against Benuxas, having a pretty easy time with things, farming things up. As we get later and later towards the game, we have to look at the scale on various champions. And of course, going to get all of those extra items coming out of Windsor.
Yes, we will do. And I mean, it is the S word, the scaling word. We don't try and use that too. It's kind of just one of those things which is harped on about so much in modern League of Legends, because if you do reach the late game and you have the scaling comp, then you just tend to win. That is the fact of League. There are scaling options on both sides of this team fight. I think that Varus, if he goes towards, 3 items, the Rage Blade, and a Hurricane, he'll be able to cut through so many members of Bristol, but there are a lot of ways to get to him. If he's locked up by the Gragas into a counter-strike, or just locked in place by the Yuumi, you could see that Mega Inferno Bomb come down from the Ziggs and just end that ADC's teamfight potential very early on.
Meanwhile, I found with a level advantage, not scared to take these trades up against Kira. So far, nothing massive happening up in the top lane, but Kira is finding himself down slightly on the CS as he's shoved under turret.
He'll be able to pick up 1 or 2 CS under there as well, pretty much evening things up. And actually, everything's been relatively quiet. It's more like a quiet game of chess rather than going straight into the brawl, because the junglers have been trying to get an edge over each other, ended up with pretty much the same amount of CS, all things said and done. And so we're kind of waiting for the first moves around these big objectives. Herald is going to be so important for Bristol.
Here comes Gadunica running in, looking for first blood onto Kira, uses the Haymaker, gets the massive shield, but is still going to fall. The face breaker keeps him alive for a while, but not long enough. It's a fan who gets first blood in this final.
First blood goes over to Bristol, and that's a way to open up the series. Get your split pusher slightly ahead with the first blood. Doesn't have his teleport available, and Kara does mean that this wave will end up being picked up by the top lane, but it's still 400 gold over to the side of the Jax.
And it is going to be a dragon that is the small amount of compensation that comes in for Brunel, the ocean in their pocket.
Will be, so, getting their first dragon, being able to scale up towards perhaps a soul in the later game is always a nice win condition. And of course, Rosalina has been relatively uninterrupted in this early jungle clear. We'll be able to scale up to level 6 and then, have that chrono break to be able to reset and, go back for seconds?
Alex, no, that's you. Brunel are going to be interested in that's all for sure if they get those 3 more dragons.
I wish I was on stage.
Yeah, you would be loving this. I'd love to see that Galio performance again. Meanwhile, we are going to be looking at either a mountain or an infernal soul this time around, as the next dragon on the plate is going to be Cloud.
Okay, so if it's going to be... So we have the Cloud Soul off the Rift. That tends to be what we call, the beatable Cloud Soul. That's the one which people don't tend to worry about so much. If it's an Infernal, just having the Ziggs with that poke potential is just so huge in so many ways. It means that poke will be activating all of those souls.
Already the Vision game is starting to be played. All these teams trying to stay as safe as they can in their lanes. It does feel like the Vision war starting to be won by Brunel, especially on the bottom half of the map. Gadunica, however, doesn't care about that Vision. He's going to go straight in. He's level 6. Rosalina is not. Might be able to steal this red buff away. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Fan's going to land that counter-strike, get the stun onto the now level 6 Kier, who does have the ultimate available. Haymaker comes in. Fan still trading heavily, and with the Grandmaster's might is able to secure the kill.
And suddenly we have a big lead for the split pusher. This is not the area of the map which I touched on in pre-game. So I'm sorry, FN, perhaps I should have given you a bit more of a spotlight. You've got yourself 2 kills. You're building up towards the Blade of the Ruined King, and that will just tilt this matchup so hard in the favor of Bristol.
Meanwhile, Benuxa's still not level 6. Neither is anyone else in the bottom half of the map, of course, due to having to share all of that XP. Crucially, however, that Jax is starting to become a massive threat. As you said, already the Vampire Acceptor has been completed on this last recall. That it gets upgraded to the Bilgewater, getting closer and closer to that newly powerful Blade of the Ruined King.
And now you have to ask yourself, when it comes to this point, when you have a lead on a split pusher, it's about who can deal with them. Can you stand at tower? Well, probably at some point, for at least for the longest time. Maybe at 2-3 items that'll start becoming an issue, but will you be able to get priority? And then when we're talking about fighting around the Herald, like we were talking about, fighting around the Dragons, which we were also talking about in terms of the souls coming up, this Jax will just create so much pressure on one side of the map. It might just buy Bristol more than Brunel wants to give them.
So this is an interesting trade here. A couple of turret plates being picked up by Benuxus and Longstaff, while Tarek and the Varus instead opt to go straight over towards the Rift Herald. Go straight into the swap, sending Set into the bot lane. They're going to pick up the Herald, which itself will get themselves a couple of turret plates, but they've lost so much gold that is just going over to the Tristana right now.
They have. They lost themselves, about half a wave as the wave before this Cannon Minion wave was pushed into turret as well. And that means that that's actually a lot of XP that's gone from this Varus too, even though they picked themselves a wave on the other side of the map. And that means that they will forever be slightly down in terms of those levels going into this game. And I've been watching a couple of the co-streams for the LCS where Doublelift was talking about similar things.
Exactly,
XP just tends to stick nowadays because catch-up XP has been removed from the game in these last couple of seasons. We'll see if that becomes a big factor coming into it. 3-man pylon into this top lane, though, as the Herald might be summoned here.
It may well be, however, for now it is actually going to be Brunel who having to run a little bit. Kira being pushed onto turret already, almost a 4th turret plate being down as Benuxas is getting more and more of this gold. Has got himself 500 gold lead over his opposition ADC, who we see here in the top half of the map.
We do. We saw actually Hyam Jacob fishing for a Chains of Corruption, it looked like, there, but didn't end up finding anything. The Herald is still available to Rosalina in inventory, but Gadunica might be caught out here.
Where he's able to dash himself out to safety. Rosalina unable to pick up anything there. Still hovering around the top side of the map, still looking to put that Herald down.
Still looking to do that, but this has not been a timely investment from Rosalina. He's had to stick around for a long time. That means he's losing a lot of farm time, losing chance to make some pressure elsewhere, and he's coming back for another push here as well. This must be like 3 waves which they've had to stay and try and make the most out of.
And finally, we do see the Herald summon a massive ultimate coming out. The Gragas, however, the Tarek ult is here as well. Cosmic Radiance and the Charging Herald will be enough to keep the Brunel side safe. They gain themselves the 2 turret plates. However, on a trade of ultimates, they eventually run away.
I appreciate the thought that you can try and cancel the Herald summon with the Gragas ult just slightly off there. It used to be a 4-second channel time, now it's down to like a 1 second in this season. And what that means is that they do get those plates there, but it's not a first tower. That's something which you normally look for with that Herald. And it's just so much time, like I said again, spent by Rosalina on the top side. He's at a 2-level disadvantage on Gadunica now on the Gragas.
And Chentang is just waiting to get close enough to this turret to be able to explode it with the satchel charge. So almost certainly we're going to see first turret going over to Bristol as they find themselves yet more advantages, already having that 3,000 gold lead at 11 minutes.
And that's actually the local gold going over to both the important carries on the bottom side of the map. Of course, we saw that the Jax has got his own advantages. Why not try and spread some of the love to the mid laner and the bot laner as well? We see that, there is now a CS lead on the Tristana as is on the Ziggs. The Dragon has been started up, though, so maybe Brunel will look to try and recoup some of these recent losses in the form of a neutral objective.
Chentang was in base, has teleported in. We see Gadunica with the flash, belly slam, in goes the Jax. It's going to be Benuxas with the final chapter, locking multiple Brunel's wiggled in place. Echo already dead. Jax is going to give his life in return as it's a 1-for-1. But Nuxus jumping forward is looking for wins. Gets the reset with the Buster shot. And that is going to be a 2-for-1 going over to Bristol Whip. They might have been considered the underdogs coming into this game, but so far they are absolutely stamping down upon Brunel. They'll get themselves a dragon. They'll get more turret plates. They will increase their gold lead, and they are looking so strong in game 1.
I thought Rosalina was the Mario character, whereas it's just Benexus going the Goomba Stomp all over Brunel in this first big team fight of the game, coming out with a kill, getting the reset as well, and that's a lot of pressure now over to the side of Bristol, where that could have broken some of this rolling momentum which they did have from the side of Brunel. It's a bad time for them.
Infernal Soul is going to be the reward if anyone manages to pick themselves up 3 more dragons, 1 apiece so far. Hi, I'm Jacob, still deathless in this game, has fallen 20 CS behind, and don't even think about the number of turret plates that Tristana got as well. We are looking at a 1,000 gold lead for the ADC of Bristol Whipped.
We have, and it's almost a similar advantage in the mid lane too. Oh, about that's closer to 700 gold. We see in total about a 3,000 gold lead to the side of Bristol, who are really making a meal out of this early game, and they do scale very well with a lot of these picks. They don't have to commit to a team fight, which is one of Brunel's strengths. I would have said it's one of Bristol's strengths too. We saw it in their group stage. They played stuff like Senna, Tarek with a Jarvan, going for this full wombo. But in this game, they have so many side lane options. They could just use that to win the game.
One of our biggest surprises coming out of Champ Select and seeing where the various champions have gone to was, for me, not necessarily seeing Wins playing the Ornn rather than seeing that on Kira in the top lane, but was actually that Chentank opted into playing the Ziggs rather than Benuxus in the bot lane.
Exactly, because we saw him play the mid lane Tristana, but I think that I would have really liked to see that if the side of Brunel had picked themselves one of these more immobile mid laners, so if it was something more like an Orianna or a Victor or something like that, because the Tristana can really just jump on them and make them pretty hard to play the laning phase. Ornn kind of nullifies that, so I very much like this flex, and that's the reason you pick flex picks. It allows you to choose the more favorable matchup, and it's definitely worked out for them in this game so far.
Meanwhile, Gragas is hovering around the bottom half of the map. Ethan, who already has that 2 kills to his name, 2 assists as well on the back of that last fight, could potentially look for another on towards the set. However, Kira is going to be safer now, with Gragas instead turning his attention towards the middle part of the map.
He is, and he's got a Jax roaming with him. They have complete vision control over the bot side of the map. That's a Predator prop, though, from Godunica. Maybe looking for something here.
Girish is there, has got the Cosmic Radiance available to buy a little bit of extra safety for his team. We saw that help out his team in the last fight, as they did manage to pick up 1 kill on the back of it. The Jax did die as he dove so deep, but as that Jax gets more and more items, I think we're going to see him dying less and less on the back of popping the Grandmaster's Might.
Yeah, exactly, and he doesn't even need to commit to the team fights, like we were saying. I think they're in a position where they do win 5v5s if they get the early damage down. Blade of the Rune King has been completed, of course, for this champion, which is so strong on melee champions nowadays. Went up from that 8% HP damage to 12% on melee champions only, and that does mean a lot in these Bruiser matchups. You see a dive onto mid lane.
Chains of Corruption, stun out of Tarek, big old shutdown. Hi, I'm Jacob says, hi, you're dead.
He does indeed. Steps up too far. Punished for his insolence there. Is the Ziggs going down for his first death of the game. And the kill does go over to Hi, I'm Jacob. Someone who's very much impressed us on the side of Brunel throughout this split. And that's going to open the way for the second Herald of the game. Potentially going over to Brunel as well, because they don't have their team fight mid laner to respond to Bristol.
This time they pick up their Herald and they don't have to give up masses of gold for it. Instead, picking up that kill, as we just saw, going on to Hi, I'm Jacob, getting his first of the game. Now the Blade of the Rune King is completed on the set, so he's at least closer in items to what the Jax was previously. We've got to keep our eyes on where this second Herald is going to be placed. Will it be more effective than the first?
Potentially. Of course, you don't have plates to work with, but of course now the map is much more uneven. We see the bot lanes going into the mid lane, and that means that sometimes because of the lane organization, the allocation between these members, you might be able to find an opening when people are rotating around the map to get that first Herald charge in and potentially take down a turret. Phoenix is maybe caught out by Rosalina here.
He has to be very, very careful. Has got Yuumi for protection. He's going to be able to zoom his way out to safety, almost having claimed that mid turret all for himself. One more push, and that should be that for the mid lane turret of Brunel. The Phantoms right now, however, they have got that Herald in their pocket. They're still 3,000 gold behind. However, they seem to have stemmed the bleeding that was going on through the first 15 minutes.
They have, but now, yes, basically the first items are completed for everyone on the map. We see Twin Blade of the Ruined Kings coming out of the side of Brunel. We see an Infinity Edge picked up for the Tristana on the other side of that. And of course, remember that when Yuumi gives you that heal, it gives you the extra attack speed too. So not necessarily missing something like a Zeal item too early into this game as well. Very strong point of power is the ADC for Bristol right now.
We are about to have our first of many Infernal Dragons spawning. We'll see which of the two teams are able to position themselves to pick up their second dragon of the game. Of course, it's going to be absolutely massive. You can get 3 Infernal Dragons plus the Soul on top of it. The damage coming out of both of these comps is going to be absolutely severe.
It will be. There are poke champions on both sides with the piercing arrows and the bouncing bombs coming in from the Varus and the Ziggs. And when you have an Infernal Soul topping those off as well, it's just so much continued damage. Just if you ever find yourself in a siege situation, you can't defend those turrets for very long. You need to find yourself in engage very quickly. And we'll see if Brunel wants to do that around this dragon.
Chains of Corruption going to land onto Ethan. He flashed himself away. Knockup is going to land as the dragon is secured by Rosalina. That's going to be Hyam Jacob picking up the kill on the
no.
But Nuxas is able to escape with his life. Will anybody else be able to manage that? It looks like the rest of Bristol will run away. However, having started this dragon, having had the vision control around this half of the map, it is they who lose the kill, lose the dragon, and now we see the Herald summoned in mid lane.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty bad for the side of Bristol. They lost themselves the team fight when they were potentially in the momentum. The big team fight ultimate is coming out even bigger for the side of Brunel. We saw the Call of the Forge God just shuffle away so many members of this Bristol team. And at the end of this is going to be the mid lane outer turret, which is raised. And therefore, you know, that does mean you can't push up as safely now into this middle area of the map.
Yeah, 2 minutes ago, if you'd asked me which of the mid lane outer turrets would be falling first, I would have definitely said Brunel. However, that ended up not being the case. Instead, it is going to be Wins on the Orn, sitting pretty, looking at the Ziggs and going, yeah, you can bop my turret now with your explosive charge, but I got yours first.
Did indeed. Yeah, that satchel coming in pretty huge it's picked up both the turrets so far. And what we saw there is the Cosmic Radiance. If it's popped early into the fight, the burst damage just isn't registered, and therefore it's going to be an even numbered fight. Well, one team just doesn't take damage. In the first team fight we saw, people died before that came down, and therefore that Brunel had to fight the rest of the fight on the back foot because they knew as soon as that Cosmic Radiance timed out, they would have to be running away anyway. And this fight, just starting off with the Chains of Corruption so very well, meant that the first pick went the way of the blue team this time.
Kira's got to be careful here. Already seeing Gadunica throwing the smite down. Rosalina's here for company, dashing forward. The explosive cask is used. Gadunica trying to dash to safety. The flash forward, the haymaker, not quite enough for Kira to pick up the kill. He flashed on that one, but it was not enough to kill off the jungler. We also see Rosalina using the ultimate, just about staying alive despite dashing forward into harm's way. But Nuxas was pretty much a spectator there.
He didn't end up using the Buster Shot to try and clear any extra distance there. That was an absolute example of League of Legends being a game of inches. Only a couple of hairs left on the life bar from Gadunica there, but it is not going to be the kill registered. He will be able to reset, get himself farming back in his jungle, and at the end of the day, it's just the flash and ultimate traded for for an ultimate on the other jungler.
Nuxas still trying to take away this final outer turret that remains of Brunel's base. However, he has been zoned off. He was very aware of the fact that he was about to get 4-man dove, gets himself out to safety, and the turret will live to see another day, as will the Tristana.
Will do for now, building up towards their second items at this point in time. We see that actually vision control has been wrangled away from Bristol by Brunel in this top half of the map, so you control wards littering the top side of the river, and lanes being slowly pushed onto the other side of the map. But of course, it doesn't stop the Tristana pushing in the top lane, taking down the third and final outer ring of turrets for the side of Brunel.
And 2 interesting points come from that as well. One of them, there is not a single death on any of our ADCs or supports in this game so far.
The first death for this AD carries could be very telling. You know, if you have one of these runaway team fights where the AD carries die and then you go into a Baron because you know that they can't contest, or they can't wave clear, or they can't push turrets or anything like this, you know, this could be the first AD carry death could sum up the first game of the Newell Finals.
I mean, considering that we've got Jax, Set, Echo, Gragas, it's incredible that those 4 players have managed to stay as safe as they can. The other thing that I'm looking towards is the fact that every single one of the main laners that are there for the Bristol Whip team are out CSing the Brunel team by at least 15 CS per lane. Now, it is very, very rare that we say that when we look at this Brunel team. They so often have those CS advantages. This is a big part of the reason why we're still looking at a 3,000 gold lead as we're past 21 minutes. Bristol still looking strong.
And remember, this is a 3,000 gold lead against a team that got 2 Heralds. That is no small feat in its own right. You know, they took down the outer turret, but of course the Heralds just didn't take the amount of plates that they wanted to in the top lane. It took them far too long. And what that means is that they've given so much time to just bring up these long lanes at the side of Bristol.
Absolute disgusting damage coming out of Ethan as he leap strikes one more time, picks up a solo kill onto Kira. Gadunica was even hovering in the wings if he had been needed.
Oh, you know, out with the Spear of Shojin, in with the Blade of the Ruin King. They are traded with those slows there. Ethan really just ripping apart this top lane matchup now. Has himself the advantage, and as I was talking about, running down these long lanes because of the Herald disparity and the fact that actually Bristol didn't need the Heralds to push down these outer turrets. It means that Kira is just so vulnerable in the long lanes.
Question is what will happen as this second Infernal Dragon of the game spawns. Gadunica's going to catch on towards Girish, who of course is deathless so far. The explosive cast knocking people to safety. Jaime Jacob and Girish still deathless. However, yet again, vision control is there for Bristol Whip around this dragon. Surely this time they'll be able to secure it.
But there's no teleport quite available from the set. Might be looking towards that at some point later. And even if there was, there aren't particularly any flanking wards, which might be what they're aiming for. But what that means is that Bristol feel very confident to rush onto this dragon. They're going to get it.
Exactly what they're going to get. 2 piece. We're playing the long game if we're going to see a Dragon Soul. 23 minutes in, and I can't imagine this being anything apart from a long, nail-biting thriller of a game.
Yeah, no, this early game advantage for a team which does love to push in their lanes and, of course, have the ability to play in the long lane with the Jax. It's a good advantage for them, but will it stick in the team fights? We saw that the Cosmic Radiance, the Showstopper, and the Call of the Forge God was so important in their first team fight victory around that second Infernal Dragon, but will they be able to pull it off cleanly in a 5v5 before the sideline pressure just gets too much to handle?
The question is, have Bristol put on their sweatbands? Is this it? Is this them getting that one game that we saw some people being so sure was not going to happen? I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't talk about my own predictions too much on stream because, frankly, I don't like being wrong. But I said every single time I was asked, this is going to be a 3-0 to Brunel. Well, right now, I might be forced to eat my hat.
You do have a hat on hand to eat? On head to eat, perhaps, actually.
Not on head, but at hand, yes.
Cool, nice. Well, we'll have to check in with that a bit later. I will be following up with that. Will be. I mean, I did think that we might see one of these games going the way of Bristol just because they do have some of the mid lane matchups which can go their way, of course. But in this game, it is not through the mid lane at all. So I'm going to call myself out there and say, well, you know, maybe just look at this top lane a bit more. We did see that Kira in the semi-finals against Grey Warwick did play the set, had some fun 1v1s, but of course it died in a couple of those 1v1s too. It kind of went both ways, even in their winning games in the set versus Renekton matchup. I believe that was a game 2. But yeah, this top lane has been the story of the game so far.
One of the words that I often associate when I think of Bristol's games, Nymeria, is bloodthirsty. And I feel like this fact that we've only had these 8 kills at near 25 minutes as we see the Lost Chapter and the Cosmic Radiance both being thrown down, as well as the Call of the Forge God. Chendag could be a little bit of trouble, already using the Explosive Chapter to try and jump to safety. Here's Rosalina, he helps Wins get his first kill in this final.
So the base champion is painted red, just bludgeoned against the floor there by the ultimate of Ornn, straight into the parallel convergence. Great synergy between those 2 members of Brunel, and Chentang going down for his second death, and getting caught out a little bit once more, just pushing up too far beyond the safe bounds of his lane.
I was literally just about to say that I felt like the fact that this seemed to not be a bloodthirsty game was really favouring Bristol Whip, and it was at that moment that we finally saw Rosalina pulling the trigger, helping Wins out there, and actually, this is the exact style that I'm looking for from Brunel if they're going to come back and take this game.
But the thing for me is that, why did Chentang need to be pushed up that far? You know the wave's coming into turret anyway, you're not pushing up for an outer turret of yourself, you're not particularly looking for a reset at that point, you don't have to be stood outside your turret, and then it's just not knowing where the enemy jungler is on that side of the map as well. You don't have the vision control, and he was rightfully and well punished by the side of Brunel.
Speaking of vision control, we're nearly 26 minutes in. Baron's been on the table for 6 minutes, and finally there is something of a dance starting to occur around the vision, around the big purple worm. Control ward, each side of it for each of the two teams respectively, and surely we're going to start seeing more and more attention put towards this objective, certainly if we see either of these junglers getting caught out.
Yeah, for sure. And now having Tarek be able to be around for a Baron take is very useful. Tarek does have pretty much the instantly chained heals coming out of that champion. We see the Predator prop from Gadonic, and he's just running it down mid, I guess. Not finding anything, though.
No, Gadunka's not going to be able to get that catch just yet. Again, vision is going to be cleared out. It's going to be a lot of red wards being put down, lots of vision being secured by Bristol Whip as they look to try and find themselves a way to maybe force a fight, to maybe make Brunel come to them.
Well, one of the ways to do that is to fight around an objective. I think that the vision control is where this all starts. They've managed to once again find themselves a bit more vision in the topside river, whereas the vision has changed hands so much in this game so far. But honestly, you're right. This hasn't been a particularly bloodthirsty game. We've seen glimpses of it, but nothing really sticking thus far. We're just waiting perhaps for a couple more of these late game objectives to come up and be available to be taken in terms of, you know, like the Dragon's Soul, perchance. But the Baron is just so risky for the team, the red team, just because of the geography. You don't want to be corralled in the pit facing the enemy team. You want to have easy escape routes, and that's pretty hard when you've got the Chains of Corruption flying at you.
Dragon Soul is potentially less than 6 minutes away, Alex, as we see Gadunica again looking for that potential explosive cast. This time it's going to be Ifan flashing forward, getting that absolutely massive movie ultimate. Rosalina rewinds time, but immediately finds the same fate. Is going to befall him, and with the jungler dead, the remaining team are going to have to run away. It's going to be the Ornn and the Tarek and the Set who just have to go. Can we maybe go and steal a dragon away, get ourselves to Soul Point? Because there's no way in hell we can contest that Baron.
First AD carry death might seal the game. It's something which I thought about earlier. I didn't think it would come about in this way, but those are double teleports down to the bot lane, trying to save the dragon for themselves, actually, while they also take the dragon.
The thing is that this would be a 2 versus 3. However, it's going to be the respect coming out of the Brunel team. They get zoned away by Chentang and Ifan, who just stop the dragon. They don't even reset the damage to it. And now it's going to be a 2 for nothing in terms of big objectives that goes over to Bristol Whipped.
That is smoke and mirrors play there, just doing problem solving on the fly. Okay, they don't have a jungler. We don't need to have a smite down there to contest. Let's use both our teleports to get ourselves onto this other game-ending objective of the Infernal Soul, getting themselves both big-ticket objectives in this first game so far.
What an absolutely astonishing turn of events. And yet again, it was all on Ifan, making the big plays with Longstaff on his shoulders. It is going to be a 5,000 gold lead. The Baron secured 2 Infernal Dragons in a cloud, meaning that only one more dragon would bring in the Infernal Soul. It is a big advantage for Bristol Whip. Can they see this game out?
It's huge. And then when you have a Baron on this siege composition, well, as I was saying very briefly earlier, you need to not stand there and get poked out under turret. You want to look for these objectives before everything falls apart. They have satchels to try and take down things. Oh, that's a showstopper!
Kira showstopper! His show was stopped! By the Tristana, who picks up a double kill, taking down Rosalina as well. Final proc going to come in as Varus dies, making it a triple for Benoxus. Wins is possibly going to be the 4th, as Benoxus just firing down those charges. The minion damage coming through as well. Not quite going to secure the kill, not quite the quad. However, it could very easily be the game. Bristol Whipped are here to stay. They are taking down the inhibitor. They are looking to go 1-0 up in this best of 5 series. Wins being chased down, being stopped from recalling by Gadunica, who with the flash belly slam styles it out, getting what will be yet another kill for the mighty jungler. 2, 1 and 5 is his scoreline. 11 and 4 is the kills in favour of Bristol Whip, who go 1-0 in this series.
Sucker punch coming right into the face of Brunel there from Bristol. Really no questions asked even there. Huge game 1 coming out with a solid draft, winning a lot of the laning phase through good lane allocation, good macro, and then good objective play on the back of some great team fights from particularly Longstaff on the UB, diving in with Ifan on top of the Jax. Great game 1 and a great statement from Bristol.
They had their sweatbands on. They came. Maybe Brunel had a really bad day, but all I know is that it is 1-0 6-0 to Bristol Whip. What an absolutely fantastic first game that we had, and I hope that we have 4 more just like it. I hope this series goes all the way, because this is what we've waited so long for, this big Newell final, League of Legends University Series, coming to its conclusion here on the Spring Split, and it couldn't have much a better start than that.
Yeah,
Unless
no,
you're Brunel, then it definitely could have had a better start than that.
Yeah, you know, one thing means one thing to one team and a completely opposite thing to the other. Seeing the damage graphs, of course, this Ziggs just kept poking out so many members, had a laning phase versus a tank, and this Jax was just wailing on people all game long. This Jax, I think, now has to be considered in the draft phase. I think that the 1v1 was tilted very early. Of course, those first 2 laning kills went the way of the Jax. And then after that point, you just can't stand in an elongated lane. And with the Demolitionists on your same side, those turrets went down very quickly with or without the Heralds. And imagine if this game happens again and Bristol get the Heralds. It gets even worse. This was one of the better early games you could have had in terms of the neutral objectives.
We are 1 game down, perhaps only 2 more to come, perhaps 3 or 4. We will be back covering every single one of them, but first we're going to take ourselves a small break.
moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass. They won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPO.
Keep running, keep running, keep running.
Objectives looking at numbers advantage. Chris will arrive, and Captain's in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The round top from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from you.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the Newell or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perps kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
I am back with the second of my Greyhounds for the second game of this best of 5 series between Brunel and Bristol Whipped. Bristol Whipped took the first game in convincing fashion, it must be said, much like that final that we just saw there from the World Championships where G2 went down in convincing fashion. And what an amazing prize that was for the last time's winners. That was the Exeter squad that we saw there in that video, their prize to get to go to Worlds. Amazing prizes here being played for as well between Brunel Phantoms and Bristol Whipped. They'll both want to get their hands on whatever prizes the Newell are giving out this time, whatever amazing trip or amazing adventure they've got planned next time. And frankly, it's a prize that money almost can't buy usually. So both of these teams playing for big old stakes, and going into game number 2 of this series, Alex, things looking very good for Bristol Whipped.
They are indeed, actually. Bristol had side choice coming into this second game. They've chosen to stay on the red side. And Brunel, this is not the Brunel we expected to turn up. This is like going to a gig expecting to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and it's the Red Hot Chili Pipers. You know, there's something you recognize there, but something is still very wrong.
That was actually the Brunel Phantoms.
They were just looking a little bit spectral in that game, didn't really bring a lot of their team fight to bear, because actually Bristol had a very good game which centered around just making it not about the laning phase. They made sure, I mean, in some ways it was, right? This Jax ended up getting the lead, but as soon as they knew they had the priority, they had the first choice to really choose a lot of the sidelines. We've gone through the bans.
Yeah,
and
identical.
They're exactly the same bans as game 1. And the base champion is back! Ziggs is a first pick!
This is really, really interesting because, yes, as you say, the 6 identical bans, the teams on the same side, with Bristol having opted into having the red side in this game. However, the champion that in the last 5 games we've seen here at the Newell, both of the semi-finals and the first game of the finals was unbeaten and picked in every game, the Ziggs has now changed hands. That one's going to be going over to either Wins or Hi, I'm Jacob. In response, the Set and the Echo have been locked in.
Okay, so Efan.
Can you just imagine if these two teams just end up taking the exact same comps, but on opposite sides?
Would this be like the? What is that? That's the opposite salty run back. That is. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of SKT Season 4 back in All Star, where they gave people their favorite picks, beat them on them, and then beat them with their picks.
Yeah.
We'll see if it can come out. We do have a different draft, even though the Set and the Echo were picked up for Bristol here. It's actually going to be a Gnar picked up for Kera in the top lane, not the Jax as his chosen lane counter. So that presumed Set, well, the possibility of the Set top lane. Of course, it is, of course, a flex pick, much like the Echo in itself. And the Gragas, another champion returning from game 1, this time in the hands of Rosalina, probably.
4 out of 5 champions, the same so far, but on different sides of the rift. One more champion still to be locked in here. I've talked about it before when Brunel have been on stream, but I once had the opportunity to cast these players in a final where they were so confident, much as they were coming into this final, that in the last game of the series, well, it ended up being the last game at 2-0 up, they all played a different role. That confidence, that power that we've seen from this 15-0 in the group stage Brunel Phantoms just seemed to be missing in the last game. They've got to find themselves a way back into this series now. On the other side of the rift, Bristol Whip looking so strong, and their final lock-in was the Wukong.
The Wukong. Okay, right. So, yeah, I think everyone who has ventured into solo queue know that this champion has been pretty strong, has some very strong team fighting with that double Cyclone ability, of course having the clone passive mirroring all of his auto attacks as well. We're going into the second bans, and it looks like supports are the targeted role at this time. Tarak and Yumi, the 2 supports from the first game, are being removed from the respective teams, and we're now hanging on for the second and last ban of this round and this draft phase for Bristol. A couple of seconds left on. It's going to be the Nautilus, so once again harping on down to that bot lane support role.
I kind of expect to see one more ban, maybe possibly an ADC ban, Callista or Misfortune. We saw banned away last time, could well be the case this time. Of course, we ended up seeing the Varus and the Tristana being played in response. We'll see which of those gets the most priority or prioritized, or perhaps something entirely different by Brunel. It is going to be the Misfortune we saw banned out last time. First pick here is going to go over to Bristol Whip. They get to choose whether they want to show us their ADC or their support. Of course, could still be set support. We could still be looking at something a bit different.
Support counterpick is a very underrated part of League of Legends drafting. I think that often support determines the laning phase. Benexas will not have the Yumi this time, but will still pick up that Tristana. Called out, the bunny hops, the Goomba stomps. Then last game, that Tristana really popped off and was so dangerous once those fights started rolling in the favor of Bristol. So Brunel will be very eager to not allow that to happen again. They do potentially have some better shutdown for that Tristana this game, with the Gragas being able to very easily get on top of that Tristana with flash body slam and the explosive cast, but it's all about the execution. We see the support locked in for Brunel though, and it's kind of one scene in a blue moon. It's going to be the Lulu locked in for Girish here.
Does have a lot of potential disengage. It stops some of the potential dive and damage that can come through from something like that Wukong or that set with the polymorph. Of course, we could still be seeing Hyam Jacob playing the Ziggs rather than Wins, but if that Kai'Sa gets locked in, then that seems a lot less likely.
Yeah, so having, the buff up the Kai'Sa comp is pretty good. Ooh. It's going to actually be the Cogmore instead. Okay. It's the cardinal sin. We don't talk about covers, and that's why we have the Juggermaw locks in as these last 2 picks.
So we saw this in the LEC for Fnatic just a day or so ago. I'm not going to say how it went in that game in case you don't want the spoilers.
No spoilerino.
You might still be wanting to watch that series, prioritizing watching the null, which we appreciate. However, we're going to see it here on the null, and it's going to be the Cogmore locked in behind Jacob. And it is going to be the cast in that's the final lock-in. And as you so rightly called right at the beginning when we saw the set picked, it is going over to support.
Yeah, I think that is pretty good. The one problem I have with this is that Ziggs is going to be able to push in this cast in pretty hard, and then if you get enough chunks down at the mid lane and get a Herald, the mid lane turret is no longer resisting because of the Herald charge into the satchel. But Kassadin can shut down the Ziggs very hard into the later stages of the game. The problem in the team fights is there is a polymorph that exists. There's a Gragas that exists. This Kassadin needs to be counting those cooldowns, much like you do your cards in poker. Don't count cards, by the way. But you just need to make keeping track of these cooldowns and making sure that you're not jumping into CC that will get you killed. There is a lot of team fighting and playmaking available once again from Bristol, but we'll have to see how it goes in this game too, because game 1 was a bit of a barnstormer.
I'm not one to kind of completely lose face when I'm casting, but I just saw a bit of a copy pasta going on in Twitch chat about Hyam Jacob, and frankly that is absolutely wonderful. The suggestion that perhaps he uses the Cogmore passive a little bit too much. But
yeah,
we'll see whether that ends up being the case. So far, looking at these compositions, it feels a little bit more like what I expect out of Brunel, the sort of composition I like to see them playing into. That being said, there's a lot that's nice about the Bristol comp. I'm unsure who I'm favouring going into game 2.
So Bristol have 4 melees versus a Ziggs, Cogmore, Lulu with a Gragas kind of playing goalkeeper. So unless you end up splitting up the team and catching people in rotation, Bristol are going to find it quite hard to stand and defend objectives. So very much like Brunel in game 1, if you end up in a position where you need to engage very quickly before that range advantage really comes to bear. You get poked out, the objective is already gone. And now we're kind of, we're once again hinging on this fact that it's going to be about the execution once again.
Yeah, I have to say, slightly worried. I mean, this Kassadin, it got compared to a glorified minion pre-level 16 on recent cast, which I think is a bit of an overstatement. However, it's still not going to have the easiest time. We'll see just how much of a scaling it goes into, whether it'll be both Rod of Ages and Tier that need to be stacking for the Kassadin. But I just feel like there's a lot of opportunities here for Wins and the rest of his team to try and gain some early advantages, knowing that they've even got that fallback of the Cogmore Lulu late game if the Kassadin does come online.
So the thing is, Kassadin is a mid laner that moves into side lanes very naturally, very early. So what that means is that you do take the teleport, you can just move into a side lane, get yourself fed up and all this kind of thing. Tristana can move into the mid lane, just push that down. Tristana does have a lot of wave clear as an AD carry. Of course, Cogmore kind of has that too with his E and having the Lulu buff up all his auto attacks. So again, Bristol showed us in game 1 their lane allocation very good. They ended up moving their points of pressure around very well. The Jax was really not under threat for most of that game. And then they just kind of rolled around and then caught people out in rotation and meant that, if you pushed up too far, you were going to die. So I think that this Kassadin is now on more the defensive side of that. You're not really looking to make all those big engages early into the game with that. You don't have the Jax. The Wukong is still good at that kind of skirmish team fight run into the mid lane from a winning side lane. But for me, once again, it's going to be about lane allocation, who gets down the early towers first, who plays in the long lanes better.
We will keep our eyes on that. For me, I started to talk about it in the last game. I also think the style of play that both these two teams play into is also going to massively affect it. I think that Brunel, they like the messy games, the bloodthirsty games, and they didn't get that opportunity in the last game. It was dissuaded. I mean, we got to about 15 minutes and not a single person in the bot lane had died. That is not a normal Brunel game at all.
It's very much the Chili Pipers, not the Chili Peppers.
I think that we need to see Brunel come out swinging, playing their normal style. I'm looking at Rosalina. Such a stunning performance in the semi-finals. Somewhat understated in the last game. With all that being said, we're going to be jumping onto Rift in just a mere number of seconds, and so it's time for another question here for you, Alex. You've been doing your best, helping me out in solo queue recently. But my question is, how many bronze players does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I don't know.
The answer is who knows, because they can't climb the ladder.
I always thought it was going to be something about rotations and not knowing about them, so it can. Okay, sure, whatever. We'll accept that. That's number 2. It's number 2. If we can move on to something a little bit different.
No, we stick with puns.
Yeah, just going to bring up something else. So obviously the Newell is a student scene, and one thing that we do have to accept is that a lot of these rosters are very time limited because
that's very true.
Players move on. They have to leave university. 2 players in this finals will be moving on. One is Longstaff, the support of Bristol, and then Wins, the captain of Team Brunel Phantoms, will also be graduating this year. So obviously we want to reach out a congratulations to those 2 who will be graduating. We're into a pause now, so I get to continue my point and not talk about the style of the game. And so I did ask if there were any messages that the players wanted to leave for their departing teammates, and Brunel did get back to me. Of course, Bristol, if you want to reach out and have a message read out on stream, please get in contact. It would be very nice to kind of send off your players. So a parting message for mid laner Wins, who is graduating this year. Hopefully, Dylan doesn't run it down mid, but even if he does, we'll catch the dub. He should graduate, so he finally might move on with his life. He's been a mediocre captain, pretty good mid, an S+ tier friend. He deserves the best, and we wish him well. So great to see that kind of camaraderie coming out of the Phantoms there. And of course, Longstaff as well. Congratulations on graduating. And every other
your team didn't care enough about you to send you a loving personal message for Alex to read on stream, but best of luck to you as well.
No, of course, if you do want to send something in, absolutely let us know. Or if anyone knows Longstaff personally, please get in contact on the Discord or somewhere else. But yeah, no, so congratulations to everyone who will be graduating this year, who's either watching, who's played in the Newell, and of course these 2 players on the Rift as well. Because, it's not just about League of Legends, it is about our lives in general as well, and it's great to, keep it up in the university scene.
It certainly is, and frankly, it's great to be able to still put on a final like this. There's a lot of uncertainty and chaos going on in the world at the moment, and frankly, just to have a fun like this where we can sit down for an evening. Myself and you, Alex, we're lucky enough to to be able to cast it as well. But
exactly,
just to have this high quality entertainment, I'm grateful to all teams, and especially to the production as well. You know, people like Patrick. We're giving him some grief over the casts, and you know, with good cause. But he's a wonderful chap. All those replays that we got to see during the break were all courtesy of his fair hands. So massive thanks to him on production, to everybody else who's been involved. We've had Scriv and Sarge, who have been fantastic casters as well for us this entire split, and also obviously we've got Geomancy, who's been ahead of production, and everybody else who's been involved as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly for me as a new caster as well, coming into the scene, everyone's been very supportive. If any of you out there watching has been inspired to take up the casting mantle yourself, the Newell is a great organization to be involved with, because we do get to put on these events. Even through adversity, we get to work with some great players, a great production, and we get some good social times coming on as well, even if it does mean feeding in solo queue on your Smurf with your co-caster. It was bad today. It was bad today, guys. It was really bad.
It was not good times. We had a point where we kind of got to what was going to be our last game, which is like, whatever happens here, this is going to set the tone. So if you're wondering why we're a little depressed on cast, yeah, we definitely lost that game.
Yes. Well, it was to the point where Stan was saying, "Oh, I realized that I was in caps lock leaving that game. It was probably a really bad game, wasn't it?"
Yeah, you're not wrong there, to be honest, and that's why I now have my chat disabled. So we are going to be coming into the game just as quickly as we can. We're on the back of a small pause. On top of all the thank yous that we have already put out as we reach near the end of this split, I would like to say a massive thank you to Amazon University Esports, the Republic of Gamers, and Intel. Without them, you know, the funding this wouldn't be there, and they really do help make this show a possibility. So massive thank you to all of our partners coming into this. And yeah, don't forget that if you do, like Alex said there, want to check us out, make sure you go to discord.gg/the Null. You can find out all about what's going on.
We're also on our various social media, as well as we just need to sync up on our stream just a little bit. We're syncing up at 10, lads.
Hold on just a moment. I am also there, so we are good to go. For the second time this evening, we are going to be on to the Rift. The two teams will line themselves up. We didn't see any shenanigans last time round, and with the teams splaying themselves out, it does look very unlikely we will see any this time either.
No, we will not. Actually, one thing which I want to point out is actually there's a Doran's shield built up on this caster in the mid lane. Normally, we see either the Corrupting Potion or the Doran's Ring. I think it's probably more likely to be the Doran's Ring. At least that's what I've kind of found is most successful in my own games on the caster. And of course, you know, I'm kind of mid-diamond, not at the level of Master Grandmaster that these guys are at, so perhaps they have a different read on the situation. And this Ziggs will be poking out this caster in as many chances as he gets. That Doran's shield passive, allowing it to regen up, will be active throughout most of the laning phase. We do see this 5-point start as the Echo and the Gragas both went for that level 1 ward, backed for the sweeper, and now coming back onto the map for their first buff of the game.
Yeah, maybe you're going to try and get that extra little bit of vision early, maybe even a little bit of extra experience on the back of clearing out a ward, which you're able to do post 1 minute 30. We do see both of the junglers heading towards the top side of the map. Last time round, we did see Rosalena gaining an early advantage, triple buffing Gadunica early on. However, that wasn't to pay off in a great way later down the road.
Exactly, and actually Gadunica came out and got some early game advantages himself. I like to think he took a lesson from the great Mad-Eye Moody. Constant vigilance. He really did come back in that game very well, and ended up, affecting that top lane most importantly.
So Kog'Maw is an interesting spot right now, and actually is having to recall in a very, very dangerous place. Got completely called out as the Nuxas came down onto the Rift. And that's going to be the recall coming out of Kog'Maw, losing so much of this early XP. What a shocking start for Hyam Jake.
And to be honest, this is a kill lane. You know, this is an Exhaust, Ignite, Tristana set. You're going to be down in levels. You're going to be down in terms of your gold coming into it. This is a bad and a warning sign start for the side of Brunel. Let's see how they can try and problem solve their way out of the situation.
So I honestly don't quite understand what we just saw there. That's not something I have ever seen in all my
first wave.
All my years of calling competitive league. That's not something I've ever seen. It's going to be a real hard task now for Hyam Jacob going into the early stage, seeing level 2 already hit as he's only got 1 minion himself. This is sad times for Brunel, who of course are trying to bounce back and come back into this series.
I mean, the good thing is, you probably have the gank advantage from the jungler in the early stage of the game. We talked about it last game because it was the mirror matchup of this Game 2 jungle matchup as well. Echo is more of a counter ganker in the early stage of the game. Gragas is the one who normally goes on the front foot in this matchup. So if this bot lane of the Trist set is going to push in, that does leave them vulnerable, particularly because the mid lane is going to be pushed in as well. So you're kind of going to be left as this kind of like odd lane out, which will be pushed in while your mid lane is not on the other, the mid section of the map.
Meanwhile, we do see both of the junglers just going for a standard clear this time round. They will be looking for some of that early pressure. As you say, maybe Echo won't be able to get off the big impactful ganks quite as much as counter-ganking early on. Maybe this is Rosalina's opportunity to do something slightly more impactful. Yet again, the junglers meeting around the bottom side scuttle, just like they did in the last game.
Yeah, Guernica ended up sealing away that scuttle the first time into this game, and I know that the Observer isn't quite on it right now. It is there, and it looks like it's Rosalina that gets the smite this time.
Yep, Guernica chasing down with the help of Chentang. Flash forward from Longstaff with the Facebreaker. Hyam Jacob flashing away, has the Ignite, burning him down. Haymaker not quite going to catch him, but the Ignite ticks down, and Benuxas is going to get first blood on the Tristana.
Kill lane does what it says on the tin. It's the Kog'Maw making full use of the passive, spam out that copy pasta. Did come to pass. It is an awful start for this bot lane. 3 summoners used, and Rosalina is now caught.
Yep, that came to pasta, and now we might see Rosalina in trouble as well. It's Guernica who's gotten a little bit too deep. Rosalina steps forward straight into a Haymaker. Lulu trying to get the damage, finds a pick with picks, able to take down Echo. Able to take down. Yeah, it was Echo. Yep. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we saw a lot of damage being put down by Kira onto Efan, but what a crazy start. And even though the kills have gone over to Bristol Whipped more so, and they've got themselves a 1,000 gold lead, this is the style that I have seen Brunel thrive in so many times.
And it looks like Guernica echoes your sentiment there. Going in for the ballsy play, does get taken down, but it's 2 kill participation onto the Trist, onto the set, and these are the 2 which can make the plays early into the game without the help of their jungler, and they are making it with style, and this is definitely going to be a point of power to use. Oh, this Caston might get caught though.
Rosalina still looking for that Predator gank, not quite able to get in time to take down Chentang, but he has to burn the flash just to stay alive.
He does indeed get the BGs on in there, staying alive very appropriately. This Caston, normally we talk about Caston in winning laning phase as long as he doesn't die. He's kept up in CS 38 to 38 just about, built himself up the Catalyst as well. Having the Catalyst and then the Doran Shield and alongside the Fleet Footwork, this Caston is going to be very hard to poke out now in this laning phase. So it's still not the worst start for a Caston to have.
Not the worst start, not ideal either, however. It's going to be just a bit of a reset after all of the early excitement. We're 5 minutes 30 in, and the kills have, for now, slowed down. But again, we see this Gragas going towards the bottom half of the map, perhaps looking for the set. Not quite going to be able to land the body slam this time as Set just runs away from the barrel.
And I love how Longstaff in that first all-in just rolled onto the Aftershock, knew that it was go time, and immediately went forward. It was great communication, getting the stun out with the face breaker. The Trist jumped in over the top, and that's why it's a kill lane. It reminds me quite a lot of, the Braum Tristana of yesteryear, where you try and get the concussive blows down, get the stun, and that CC, a bit of burst from your support alongside Tristana's already very high all-in damage, just nets you so many of these kills in the laning phase if people aren't respectful of your engage range.
Meanwhile, Kira just picking up as much of this CS under turret as possible right now, losing out on a couple of the CS as we see the Monkey General just pushing under turret. Here comes Guernica looking for the gank, still level 4, won't have the ultimate, but Efana's already secured that kill. Wukong takes the 1 kill, meanwhile Girish putting pressure onto Benuxas. Hyam Jacob is a level down, but is now starting to outtrade with the Tristana despite the massive item disparity.
And Kira goes up like an angel and down like a wounded ox. First death of the game in the top lane there. Well played and well dove by Guernica on the Echo. This time not dying for the fruits of his efforts, but this will be an infernal dragon going over to the side of Brunel. Once again finding themselves the first dragon of the game, much like they did in game 1, and perhaps giving themselves a shot at that soul later into the game, which didn't come to pass, of course, in that game 1 either.
Well, we've got to see whether or not we see the same sort of trades as last time. So this is where we saw Girish and Hyam Jacob see the dragon go down, reset, go up to the top side of the map and pick up Herald, while we saw Benuxas on this Tristana staying in the bottom half of the map, just like we see now with no recall, and picking up turret plate after turret plate after turret plate. It looks like that's exactly what is going to happen again. This gave Benuxas a lead that, in the end, Brunel never came back from. It could all be happening again.
It could be. At least the CS is relatively even between the bot lanes. They're not going to end up pushing in. I think they have themselves a decent item timing. There's about 1,000 gold onto this Tristana, maybe picking up the next step of that, probably Infinity Edge first time. Yeah, picking up the pickaxe just there. Not wanting to come back into lane or overstay, miss out on a good back timing, and then not have items to continue the laning phase with. So it's just, you know, one of those easy recalls where you just want to get those stats for the next phase of the lane.
This is really, really interesting. In the end, it's actually going to be Bristol who are sending their bottom lane down up to the top side of the map, perhaps thinking that that's what Lulu and Cogmore would have done. In the end, it's actually Hyam, Jacob, and Girish setting themselves back in the bottom half of the map, and as a result, full pressure over the Herald is going to go over to Bristol Whipped.
It will do, but it's not Ifan resetting on the Wukong just yet, so it will be another one of these trades where you're trading Herald pressure for losing waves on the bot side. So maybe a little bit of inefficiency there. Rosalina is also on the top side here. Oh, he's getting jumped on by Benexus, though.
Rosalina was playing with fire there immediately. Benuxas putting so much damage down. Wukong comes down to the bottom half of the map. This is a big difference from last time. He does manage to clear out a bit of the vision. Only the one plate secured by the Cogmore in comparison to what Lulu got last time round. Herald already picked up. I see another advance in tempo coming from Bristol Whipped, and I like it.
I definitely do as well. Rosalina might have been playing with fire, but of course on the firefighter Tristana, Benuxus brought himself a hose pipe to try and assuage some of those kind of worries. But of course there will be more worries now because there is.
Are you trying to say he was trying to put out the fire that he was causing?
Yes. We'll go with yes. We see some trades in the mid lane here. This Captain, even though he hasn't built up any AP, does have a lot of base damage there and able to trade with the magic shield. And of course, the passive of Captain, meaning you take less, 15% less magic damage to you. This is going to be a very quick first tower in the top lane, though. No one's rotating to make any difference here. The Herald has now summoned all 5 plates. Will go the way of Bristol.
Massive acceleration in the gameplay tempo coming in from Bristol Whip. They took a lead in the series. They're looking to make it 2-0. They went 2-0 in the final last time round, Nymeria, and they got reverse swept. So hope will not be lost for Brunel, even if they were to lose this game. As we see the ultimate not quite connecting from Wins. The bouncing bomb goes wide as well. He looks for the enhanced auto attack. Chentan bounces back and finds some damage. In comes Rosalina picking up the kill, but it's returned as Gudunica takes down the Ziggs. Now Gudunica looking for Rosalina, who is flashless, however not having the damage to take down the big man just yet.
Not just yet, indeed. It's a death apiece for the mid laners, but for me, getting any extra gold onto a Casterton while he's at this point in the game, when he's looking towards his scaling items of the Archangel's Staff and the Rod of Ages, is more important than getting this Ziggs early gold, because, you know, it is just the time component. It's about how early into the game do you get this item, which relies on the amount of minutes you've had since you bought it, compared to, oh, these are just extra stats at this point in the game.
It's going to be a 2,500 gold lead, and as I cast my eyes towards the scoreboard, a massive chunk of that gold once again is going over to the Tristana, but even more so over to the Wukong. We saw him pick up that kill onto Kieran the top side, then come down and clear up all this CS on the bottom half of the map. He's looking very strong. Already got the Bilgewater Cutlass completed. We're going to be seeing Gnar looking towards the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, so, I mean, Gnar can't really go for the Blade of the Ruin King too easily in this matchup. I'm going to hold that thought. We've got a Predator coming in.
Longstaff's coming in. Already we've seen the Polymorph used, and that's going to be a Wild Growth, keeping the Cogmore alive for now with a massive Haymaker doing true damage. Longstaff tries to pick up a kill, but it is all in vain. Hi, I'm Jacob secures his first kill on the Cogmore. Here comes the next contender. Gudunica being zoned away. The 4 strong here in the bottom side of the map. This is what I want to see from Brunel.
And Brunel just coming in like Jedi, because the Force is strong with them in this bot lane play. Getting that Predator just means you can get to the play so much earlier than having something like a Dark Harvest. Oh, we might see the Parallel Converted Stun, but no, not going in for his Gudunica.
It's just going to be another turret plate being picked up. 3 of the turret plates they're secured onto Cogmore, managing to keep a decent bit of gold into Hyam Jacob this time. He's only 100 behind Benuxas, which is massively different to what we saw last time. As we see another brave jump from Benuxas, he's going very aggressive with the rocket jumps.
Brave is the word that time. Didn't end. Normally, when you're trying to jump forward on the Tristana, you want to land the rocket jump right on top of them. Gives you that increased damage from the eventual pop. But of course, wasn't quite in range for that. There's going to be some trades either way. We're going to see the Casterton reset in the top lane, have teleport available, and maybe try and fight over this Ocean Drake, which is now ready and available to take.
Been started up, it has been pulled out by Longstaff, who took a lot of damage just to clear out that vision as the bombs came over. Rosalina gets himself a little bit of vision down towards the dragon, looking for potential steal. This is going to be a straight out smite fight, and it's going to be won by Gudunica, who picks up the dragon for Bristol Whip, then flashes himself over the wall, not even giving up a single kill in return.
Yeah, that's a huge ultimate for Gudunica there, using it not just to regain the HP, but to dodge out the next CC coming in. Flashes out, no polymorph available from the Lulu at that point. I think the cooldown was down there. Gudunica might be overstaying here, though. Oh, no, this is an overstay.
Might be is something of an understatement. That is not where we need to see the Echo. He now has to head back to base in a body bag, and he's going to be coming back in 17 seconds' time.
Gudunica goes Gudunk, second death of the game. No ultimate available there. Maybe just getting a little bit high off of that first play, thinking, oh wow, I did so well there. It just didn't matter. And of course, the kill goes over to the Cogmore this time, who is going to scale up very well into this late game, as long as he can stay alive in these team fights. But that's what the Lulu's there for. Juggermore is one of these famous Season 5 combos. Of course, it was really big in Season 4 too, in terms of Cogmore just being that hyper carry. He's been around for a long time in League of Legends, and he's back here today on the Newell Rift.
I know that we saw one game being lost by Brunel in the quarterfinals. However, prior to that, I'd only ever seen this Brunel team losing the one game, I believe, when I'd cast them, and that was when Girish was not playing. A sub had come in for him that day. Today, I believe so much in this game hangs on the Lulu. You're talking about how important it was, as we see Ifan going in, throwing down the Cyclone, massive damage. The second Cyclone comes in with a flash, is able to pick up another kill onto Kira. It's been the story of the game for the top laner from Brunel so far, yet again to die. Wins with the Buster Shot. The explosive charge is going to be detonated, and that is Benuxas getting his second kill of the game. Still deathless in this entire series.
I'm telling you, man, Tristana is crazy strong. Huge buffs on patch 10.8 here. Just uses that Buster Shot to get the increased damage at the end of the pop there. And it's going to be the Ziggs dying once again in these games. Game 1, even though Chen Tang was on the winning side, was taken down even when he stepped just away from his tower. This is not what we saw in the semi-finals. These teams are much better at punishing this pick right now.
Was just talking about how important we would see Girish being. He is still the only player on his team to be deathless. Didn't have a single death in Tarek on the Tarek in the first game. Hasn't died yet on the Lulu this time round, and will be crucial with his polymorphs and his wild growths later on. However, you've got to look at Ifan. He's been one of the most significant players across this entire series so far. A dominant performance in Jax in game 1. Game number 2, and it is more of the same story. The Wukong completely outlaning the Gnar so far.
Oh, that knock-up cancel, sorry, not knock-up, the hop cancel with the knock-up from Wukong in that last play was just something to die for. And of course, it was something to die for as the Gnar went down. Second kill. It's another Blade carry, as we've been harping on a little bit about on these melee champions. So very strong in these isolated 1v1s. Whereas the Black Cleaver has now been completed from Gnar, gives you a bit more kite potential with that movement speed rage passive. Go to Echo's actually making his way down here. Oh, no, you might have stayed a bit too far.
His hop isn't cancelled this time, but with Gudunica present, it's going to be more and more damage. Mega Gnar comes in at just the right moment to buy a little bit of extra health for Kira as he looks to try and find the massive Gnar. He's not going to be able to save his life. Will there be any pressure coming out of Brunel on the other side of the map? The Herald has now spawned, and immediately we see the Cogmore with the Gragas and Lulu making the way towards it.
Well, so that's 4 Dark Harvest stacks available, well, claimed by Gudunica now as well. That is a rune which does scale up so very well throughout the game as well. This will be at the cost of the second Herald. We've talked about these Heralds being so important for these champions which have been picked up by both these teams. The Ziggs and the Tristana are so good with that. And of course, you want this Cogmore to be able to push into tower alongside the Lulu as well with that very long-range AD carry when you have that W running. And it will, of course, just take it away from the Tristana, who sat at 2-0-1, has an Infinity Edge, and is doing very well in this game of his own right as Benuxas. It will be bot lane in a turret, perhaps going down to this Wukong though.
I know you don't like to talk about scaling too early, Nymera. However, we've got to do the countdown for Chen Tang. 5 more levels until we get that level 16 power spike. We've already got the Rod of Ages up to 4 stacks. The tier is stacking nicely as well, with the rest of his team looking so strong in this early game. When Chen Tang comes online, it is going to be terrifying for Brunel.
But for the fans of Brunel, you're of course doing your own countdown of items for the Cogmore has the Blade of the Rune King, but once you get that Rage Blade alongside another item, either the Phantom Dancer or something like the Runan's Hurricane, you will be able to absolutely pour out damage across the members of Bristol if you are not shut down yourself. Of course, the Lulu, we said, is unkilled in this game so far, and killed in this series so far is Girish. So perhaps hi, I'm Jacob, who did have a decent game in game 1, but kind of the cards were stacked against him. The deck was stacked against him there a little bit, with the picks getting so far ahead, being able to dive onto him. Perhaps Jacob will have the ability to fight this game.
Hey, no, Mara, maybe we need to change the support's name to Billy Gyrish, because he's got no time to die. Gadunica comes in, immediately gets polymorph, gets absolutely bopped, still manages to get the ult off, gets caught out by one charge from the Cogmore as he sends the living artillery down from the skies. That, however, is a crucial ult missing on Gadunica with this dragon coming up. It is going to be the first mountain dragon of the game. The teams are 1 apiece for dragons so far, 3 away from a dragon soul. It's the Herald being summoned in mid lane just to buy a bit of extra pressure, and with Gadunica answering this, it's going to be a second dragon secured now by Brunel.
Yeah, I think once you lose the positioning over that initial fight, the vision had gone over as well. Caston had gone down to the bot lane perhaps to get some pressure in that bot lane, try and find a flanking angle, but it just didn't quite come out in the right time frame for Bristol to fight around that third dragon of the game. Of course, it's going to be a mountain soul this game, and it's 2 dragons to the side of Brunel. And having those extra tank stacks onto someone like the Gnar in particular, who's the only person who's going to stack up perhaps multiple off-tank items. Perhaps that will help him survive against the Wukong, and of course the Mountain Soul itself will perhaps give enough time for this Cogmore, as I've been talking about a little bit, to survive into these team fights and get that Rage Blade stacked up and pump out that damage, which we are very afraid of if we are looking at it from the side of Bristol.
But it's so far away, Nymera. This is a Cogmore that only has 900 gold in his pocket at the moment. That will buy a measly pickaxe in terms of the gold needed for a Rage Blade right now.
Sure, but then you look at, okay, so it's a long way away, but what is there actually to fight over right now? If you do choose to give up the next dragon, maybe even the next 2 dragons to the start of Bristol, that's still, you know, a good like 10, 12 minutes or something that you're going to buy for this Cogmore to keep scaling up. It's 140 CS, not falling behind this Tristana in any way, and then you'll have to ask yourself, well, can we force Baron? Of course, the Baron hasn't spawned yet, the Heralds both have gone down as well, but then looking at Caston is not the best Baron taker in the game. Gives you some side lane pressure, but then you need to really start using this vision control to buy yourself some map pressure to then start it yourself from the side of Bristol.
Caston might not be the best Baron taker. However, when you've got Benuxus on Tristana, who does insane damage to the Baron, there is still going to be a considerable threat if the vision is secured or a team fight is won by Bristol Whipped. We will wait to see whether or not that happens. Fan clearing out a little bit of vision, isn't quite going to get hit by the Glitter Lance. Still outer turret surviving here in the mid lane. Might not be for much longer, however, much more survivability on this one for Brunel's outer mid turret than there was in the last game.
Hooray! Beige Wave Clear Champion and Ziggs. I love it. This is one of the other things, right? You want to take yourself the Baron, but you can't take yourself the mid lane outer turret. Oh, this Cogmore guy might get collapsed onto.
I am Jacob in a lot of trouble. Ifan, however, taking turret shots. The Wild Growth arrives just in time, and this time we don't get to see I am Jacob's passive. Instead, we get to see him flashing the emote as he picks up the kill. The flash and the heal were burned, but that is a big old kill for the Cogmore. The shutdown gold as well. Gadunica going deep, looking for Kira. Has Chentang for company. Is going to be able to get a bit of zone coming through, but here comes Rosalina with a little bit of help from Girish and from Wins as well. The mid turret still survives, and it's a 1-0 going in favour of the Cogmore and his team. There is still a 3,000 gold disparity. Bristol Whipped still have their foot on the accelerator.
They absolutely do. The gold is, of course, in the way of the red team Bristol Whipped here. But the question is, what is their next move? Are you going to still try and make these dives? Oh, no, walks into the duo again.
He finds a nice Gnar right into the wall as he lands the wallop as well. He's going to flash away so he doesn't get caught out by the parallel convergence. Gadunica still goes forward. He bounces straight back with the ultimate, having secured a kill. But this is going to lead to pressure in the top lane as Cogmore looks to secure a turret, get extra gold into his pocket as he gets closer and closer to that Rage Blade.
It is indeed. Bot side of the map really not going well for the side of Brunel, but this Cogmore has the eggs in the bit. Yeah, Caston is still down there. Doesn't have himself a Sheen, but the wave will be just pushed into turret, just denying a little bit more of that gold. The eggs are truly in the Jacob basket right now on this Cogmore. He is the guy that Brunel are playing around. He's going to get himself up to the workings of a Rage Blade, which might end up sealing the next team fight in their favor.
Move that clock closer to midnight, folks, because both of these teams are getting closer and closer towards their scale. Key items bought for I Am Jacob towards that Rage Blade. We see the Kassadin getting towards level 13. 3 more levels needed. Yes, Lichbane is obviously a really crucial one, as you alluded towards there. Not having the Sheen, not able to have the split push pressure quite yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are multiple items that the caster can choose to go in this kind of game. I think that Azonia's wouldn't go amiss, because if you're going to try and dive into so many different disengaged tools that can give you the extra time for this Tristana, the Wook on the Echo, and of course the set to just blow up someone else and disrupt the rest of the team fight, allow Kassadin to get to the next charge of the ultimate, or not charge, but the next cooldown of the ultimate, and then try and make the fight a little bit better in terms of the terrain. We actually see the Cogma starting to take jungle camps now as well. Sat at level 12 does have, of course, the maxed out Bioarcane Barrage, and going up towards just a little bit more gold, of course, to finish that Rage Blade.
A lot of people were looking towards what items Gadunica was going to be picking up on this Echo and comparing it to Rosalina's build last time around. We do now see that dagger in the inventory for the Echo, meaning it's more and more likely we might see a Wit's End coming out of him, like we saw, Nash's Tooth, like we saw last time round. As we see the Showstopper immediately being thrown down to Rosalina, trying to pick off this jungler just before the Baron goes. Instead, it's Longstaff who has to flash away, having already used the Haymaker. In goes Gadunica, looking for the massive damage, and despite the wild growth, it's going to be the shutdown. Hyam Jacob is going to be the first to die, and now with such a big damage dealer lost, what can Brunel do? They are just about managing to send send Bristol away, and the double kill comes in. That's going to be Fan getting one. Shut down as Kira kills off Echo, but it's a 2-for-1. The junglers were traded. Will we see anyone still look to stick around going for this dragon?
That's a good question there. Health bar advantage is over to the side of Brunel right now, but of course the member advantage to the side of Bristol. I'm not even sure if the dragon is going to be taken. Of course, with the AD carry alive of the Tristana, it is an option, but I'm not sure you want to do that with the Ziggs being able to poke you out.
We will see a Fan continuing to push down the bottom half of the map. The three remaining members that we haven't talked about there from Bristol Whip decide they want to defend this turret instead. However, Ziggs with the charge is going to say, you know what, we get this one. We don't lose the dragon. We might have lost the fight 2-1, but we've actually come out on top in objectives.
And that fight could have gone much, much worse for Bristol. It did end up being a 2-for-1, but they just about managed to shut down the Cogmore through the wild growth of the Lulu. And even then, that was also when the Gnar was still charging up into the Gnar bar. Didn't have the ultimate available at the start of that fight. This is a bit of a snapshot of what later game teamfights can look like.
This is about to get dicey very quickly.
Of Brunel.
Rosalina steps forward, looking to take the dragon. There's so many squishy members there. Hyam Jacob does not have the wild growth to back him up. This time his explosive charge is going to tap down. It's a smite fight. It's won by Gadunica, the second dragon of the game for the Bristol Whip team, as Kira goes forward, not quite able to land the Gnar into the wall due to the flash away coming out from Gadunica, keeping himself alive. Secures the dragon, gets out without so much of a scratch. But now look at Brunel. They want the Baron.
They absolutely do. There are teleports available from the side of Bristol, so it won't be uncontested, I don't think. And
they're about to walk past the control ward.
Her way up there. They are going to have to walk across vision, but then this does mean that maybe with the Rage Blade combo, this Cogmore can burst down the Baron before there's a contest.
I mean, that is not going to happen. There is no way in hell a contest doesn't happen in time, because look at the charging team. And that is exactly where the collapse comes. Rosalina dashes into Chendang with a beautiful rift walk away. Gets him to safety. Rosalina not so lucky. Big damage coming out of the Cogmore as he takes down one. It's going to be Rosalina dying on the back of it, having come out of the golden. But now Kassadin steps in at level 14 and decimates the Cogmore, who does get a kill in return onto the Kassadin with the passive. But Noxus is now left running for the hills. Overall, it is going to be a 4-for-3, and this one goes in favour of the mighty Brunel Phantoms.
Call him Light Yagami, because Kira's going insane on the Gnar in these team fights. 1, 4, and 6 might not flatter the top laner too much, but each of these last team fights has been decided by the cleanup from the top laner, even though the items aren't particularly aggressive. Just the CC being able to stop the Kassadin running wild in the backline has meant so much for the side of Brunel.
I mean, chat joked about... Oh no, Girish! Girish has lost his deathless streak! He dies to the minion damage in the end. It is Benuxas who gets the kill credit. Not like this, Girish. Not like this.
I'm actually a little bit speechless. I mean, that was good damage calculation from Benuxas, popping the Q and not even having the bomb available there, but just the damage coming through with the 2.5 item Tristana was enough to pop the Lulu.
Not like this.
Yep. I mean, how do you follow that? I mean, that's just out of nowhere.
There is now only one deathless player across this series. His name is Benuxas. He picked up that kill on to the Lulu, who's now 3-0-4 with the rapid fire, the Infinity Edge, and the Zeal all in his pocket. Looking stronger and stronger, gaining rage every single level on this Tristana, securing the red buff as well.
Yeah, this Tristana is also scaling pretty well into this game, and we're seeing it's very hard for this Kog'Maw to survive these team fights, even with the Lulu stood right next to him. I'm going to actually call myself out yet again. Of course, leading up into the pregame here, I said that Benoxus was someone I was keeping my eye on as someone who might get a bit run over in lane. His KDA wasn't great in the semifinals. He is putting on a clinic here as the AD carrier Bristol, and I'm going to completely take the loss there and say, hey, this guy is carrying this team.
He's doing a great job so far. A lot of respect as well to Fan, who's been having a sterling performance. Meanwhile, we do see Gadunico, who had the level advantage, not quite able to steal the blue away from Rosalina on this occasion. Mid lane, outer turret is going to be the final one to fall for as Bristol Whip pick that one up. Brunel Phantoms losing yet another part of their base, but they've stalled this game out quite considerably. We are 4,000 gold in the lead if we are Bristol Whipped, and Brunel Phantoms, they find themselves staring down the barrel of a potential second defeat.
Yeah, they do. And, you know, we're talking about this Kog'Maw and, oh, he's finding it hard to survive in team fights. You know that other ticking time bomb we talked about? Maybe perchance something in the mid lane? Maybe something sat at level 15 right now?
Something Castlewin?
Something Castlewin, something Dark Side. Chen Tang is getting ungodly strong on this Castlewin. If he hits level 16, he might just be able to finish off a couple of kills, which Kera on the Gnar has managed to stop in these last few fights. But the extra cooldown reduction on that ultimate might be able to buy those kills where they weren't happening before.
The crucial turning point for me in that last fight that went 4-3 in favour for Brunel was when we saw the passive that had been mocked by Twitch chat for Hi, I'm Jacob picking up the kill onto the Kassadin, and that Acathian surprise, I believe, or something along those lines.
Yes, it is that, yeah.
And that was actually the moment that stopped Chen Tang from dominating that fight completely. I thought we were going to be seeing Lichbane early on. Instead, the Zhonya's has just been completed. So extra survivability.
They want to play for the team fights, and this is the team fight build. It just gives you that ability to reset a little bit, wait for the rest of your team members to put down some CC, buy you some space to get out of there or get further in there. And of course, it just does allow you to kind of make some plays on the front foot without waiting for the rest of your team first. Well, at least it gives you more options to do something along those lines. Actually, speaking of other third items, Wit's End for the Kog'Maw.
That is a huge power spike that's just been gained for the Cog. If he can get to a position where he's untouched in these fights, he will rain damage down, not just from above, but out of his little puggy mouth. But if he cannot, if he gets collapsed upon in any way, shape or form, and that wild growth does not do enough to save him, this could easily be what turns the game on its head and sees Bristol Whip get themselves their second win. We have got what would be the third dragon for each of these teams.
Oh no, there's going to be a Baron Rush actually from Bristol, maybe.
Potentially. I actually think there's more likely a contest because so far Gadunica has had Rosalina's numbers in this Smite fight. This time it's going to be a much, much bigger ask, and this is just going to be pure and simple, secured, and it is a third dragon for Brunel. They've got themselves close to a potential Mountain Soul, which could add a little bit of extra survivability to the Kog'Maw.
I love it when I get overexcited and see something which doesn't happen. Anyway, there was no Baron contest, there no Dragon contest either. Again, not wanting to walk through these choke points when they don't have positioning or potentially the vision to find all of these members. Because, of course, if you don't shut down the Kog'Maw like it has been in the last couple of fights, it is going to go pretty badly. And they don't want to take that chance right now. Perhaps still waiting for that level 16 on the Cassadin, trying to find his way up there. He's walked into the Gragas, though.
Ooh, takes a little bit of damage, and we see just what the Kog'Maw can do when he procs all of that extra attack speed, going past the potential stats that normally you can get on the champions for attack speed. Now with all that damage done, it is going to be vision time around the Baron one more time.
And this Baron can get absolutely shredded. Absolutely shredded by this Kog'Maw if they do choose to go for it. Any lapse in vision could mean a Baron going down.
They've popped the control ward down, however, there is that control ward in the back of the pit. I Am Jacob is going to make short work of that one, however. Due to the vision that was already there, it is going to mean that it's just a game for vision. One more game at time. The Baron dance has re-begun.
And a Baron Dance has begun, and a Death Stance completed for the Wukong, perhaps giving him a little bit more chance to play that frontliner, much like the Zhonya's does for the Kassadin in that top lane champion. So a lot of big ticket items coming in across the board. Of course, we've been focusing on these scaling picks. There's a Liandry's and a Void Staff for the Ziggs. That's a very efficient damage item build. And there's 3.5 items for the Tristana too. And as we were saying, even with that champion, scales very well. Of course, we do talk about the Kog'Maw being a hyper carry, but the Tristana is no slouch either.
That is for sure. I mean, for me as a caster, I try to keep my eyes on certain crucial abilities during team fights, and I'm looking at this going, what do I pick? There are so many. How much harder must it be for the Kog'Maw, and especially for the Lulu, who's got to keep the Kog'Maw safe?
If Kog'Maw doesn't have W, he can't team fight. Because we're talking about this team being all, 4 melees and a Tristana. But, the gap close is very much present. Oh, this is going to be a fight in the bot lane.
This is Chentang at level 16, who is trying to duke it out against Kira's. Already uses Zonya's, will have the Riftwalk available, gets away with the big Gnar coming on his head, flashes away from the Living Artillery. He's the Riftwalk, and while this is happening, the Baron's been started up by Bristol Whip. That's going to be the great escape coming out of Chentang. Rosalina's found out what's going on the other side of the map. Teleports coming in, as we're going to see the Gnar joining the fight. Longstaff doing what he can to zone, gets the massive showstopper, which stops Rosalina from getting near the Baron in time. The steal will not come through. Kajunica secures yet another objective. Here comes the fight. Back with the Cyclone, getting the kill onto Wins. It's going to be Benoxas keeping himself alive. The deathless streak continues for the Tristana. It does not for Kira. He's dead. Jacob puts out lots of damage, but he's been left completely isolated. Double kill for Ifan. That's going to be Wukong pushing things in. This could easily be the game for Bristol Whipped.
And that is some absolute magic out of Chentang on the casting there. As you said, the great escape, one of the better movies in all time, and one of the better players we're going to see in this series too. Buys his team enough time to get towards that Baron, take it down, and then with his own teleport, redraw the fight. And this will be game 2.
Game 2 is going to go over to Bristol Whipped. What a stunning conclusion to a tense duel. It ends at the 33-minute marker, and just like Game 1, it is Bristol Whipped who will take the victory, and they are now 1 game away from becoming, for the first ever time, the new League of Legends champions.
And we talked about this saying, I predict a Brunel 3-1. I predict a Brunel 3-0. Neither of us mentioned a 3-2. Neither of us thought this would be the first 2 games. Staring down the barrel of an absolute shutdown of a series of Brunel now. They're going to have to return to the drawing board, see what they're trying to do in-game, in the draft, and make a comeback of the series.
Well, I said it before. I thought they were the underdogs. Well, turns out we quite like dogs here at the Newell Grand Finals. An absolutely terrific performance coming out of Bristol Whipped. Will they be able to make it 3-0? Find out after the break.
Next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
As if you said that.
Rosalina that gets the smite this time.
Yeah, Gadunica chasing down. Game number 3 of the League of Legends University Series is almost upon us. We might be this close to crowning new champions in Bristol Whip. However, that will not be the case if Brunel Phantoms have their way. They want to do just what Exeter did this time last year and swing things around, take us all the way through Silver Scrapes for a reverse sweep. However, based on the way Bristol Whip have been playing, that's going to be pretty tough for them to do. Now, Mira, what a series we've had so far.
Yeah, I think Bristol have really come out to play. They've been playing the macro game very well. They know where they have their pressure on the map. They are rotating it very effectively to make good use of it. And I think that Brunel are kind of a bit shell-shocked right now. They're coming into this. I think that they are kind of losing a lot of the draft phase. I think particularly in the top lane, they've had a lot of matchups go against them, and then that means when the outer turrets go down, the long lanes aren't working for them, and that makes macro much harder to play around. Of course, we even saw it when, that Caston had that huge escape in the bot lane, which led into a Baron, which led into a team fight. A lot of that came off the fact they just didn't have priority in any of the lanes they went into.
It was literally a game-winning moment there that came out from the casting. We'd hyped up the casting potential all game long, and I think we were looking for it to be deleting targets. In the end, that wasn't what won the game. Well, it was what won the game for the Bristol Whip, the way that he sort of absorbed 3 people's worth of damage, but it was actually, once again, on Benuxas, on that Tristana, that really, really did the work. I took the opportunity during the break to ask people in Twitch chat what they thought was going to be the end result of this series. 50% of the people who responded to me said it was going to be a 3-0 win for Bristol Whipped. The other 50%, the other person basically, said it was going to be 3-3. I don't think they quite understand how this series works.
Was it your dog that said that, Chance? I know that chat asks his puppy to predict results. So we have the bans coming in. I would really like to see a change up from Brunel. I think that this series has been largely around Tristana and Ziggs. I would like to see a lot of them banned. None of them banned so far. We do see one change, I think. Actually, no. It is exactly the same bans from the side of both teams. We are doing another run-back set of bans.
And we're doing with the two teams on the same side as well. So yet again, red side for Bristol Whipped. It has been twice lucky so far. Can they make 3 the magic number? We saw last time the Ziggs was picked away from Bunuxas and Chentang. It has been done again. No adaptation thus far. This tells me that right now, the Brunel team, they do not think that this is an issue in terms of what they drafted last time. Instead, they think it's an issue with execution because they have opted into exactly the same routine as last time.
One thing which happened in last game was that the second round bans were for supports, and then Bristol just flexed their first round set into support. Those bans completely missed the mark. I don't think they were prepared for that. Longstaff had a good game on that set, both in lane and in team fights, taking 2 Fs off the end of his name and putting them onto the other team, handing them the FF and the NHs of that. Of course, that's a... Yeah, I'm trying... it's not a flame, it's just a fun thing. The Nas actually going to... I'm sorry, I'm too much of a nice guy to make nasty comments like that. Nas locked in once again for Brunel. This is the same for... Okay, so this will be a different pick if they do lock in something like that, but of course it is only a hover for now. This time last game, they did lock in the Gragas, so we'll see if they want to go towards something like that again, or do they want this Braum?
It is going to be locked in, so immediately we were not going to see quite as many support bans this time around because we are going to see Girish playing something a little bit different. Tells me straight away that it's not going to be that Cogmore Lulu for sure.
Absolutely not. And I think this is showing what a massive impact the patch changes had. We're not seeing any Aphelios bans. We're not seeing any Aphelios picks. We're not seeing any Senna. And these are 2 picks which a lot of the teams this split of Newell have really impressed us on. And for now, I think that Bunuxas has had a really good showing on the Trist. I think that it should be banned away. I don't think I want to see that again out of the side of Bristol if I'm looking at it from a Brunel perspective. But it depends if they have anything else that they've really cooked up in terms of their preparation, which is really staunched by something that they've been banning out thus far.
3 identical... I was going to say 3 identical bans to last time, 3 identical picks to last time. You know what they say? If it ain't broke, monkeys. And that's exactly what's been locked in yet again, playing the Wukong to great effect last time round. The Aphelios is going to be taken off the table this time, so a bit of a change up as we're seeing ADCs being banned away. Remember, we could still see the Ziggs being put on High Arm Jacob, but it's Wins who's more known for the champion.
Is in a lot of ways. This is still a support ban coming out of Brunel Phantoms. They have locked in a Wukong. They have locked in a set. Both of these can go top lane, both of them can go mid lane, right? But of course, this set did go down to support the last game, and I don't see what's stopping them this time. I really want to see a Tristana ban. Trundle being the last ban out of Bristol. We'll see. They're not going for it. They're going for a Yuumi again. I can't see how this changes anything.
Bunuxas is unkilled so far in this series, and while maybe he hasn't put out quite the damage numbers of a couple of the other champions, especially the Wukong in that last game, he's still had a really, really strong performance. And this just takes me back to the World Championships final, which we saw in the video package earlier on, and they kept letting Tian have Lee Sin. He was having the series of his life on this champion. He kept making game-changing plays. They kept letting him have it. Guess what? He won 3-0. He took the World Championships home. Tristana is now back here for Bunuxas for, yet another time. And I just don't understand why Brunel keep allowing this.
I mean, so this time I think they have a stronger 2v2 in the early phases of the game. Remember, the level 1 was disastrous for Brunel in that first game. In that second game, rather, where the Cogmore was caught behind enemy lines, had to recall and miss most of the first wave. Very different once again, though. The Sejuani is locked in instead of the Gragas. So a bit more of that dedicated engage with that Glacial Prison. We'll see what Bristol wants to respond with their last pick. It's going to be the Cassidy and Harvard once more.
Identical composition.
Okay, identical to their game to draft, but a couple of changes over to the side of Brunel. They've brought themselves in the Glacial comp, at least 2 Glacials in there. For me, at least, I think that the Braum does help in regards to the all-in in the bot lane. I don't think that 2v2 is going to go as easily as it did in that second game. Because, of course, we did see that, that level 2 all-in when the set rolled over to that Aftershock, ran up with the Facebreaker, and then just kind of ended the Cogmore very early on, whilst also taking 3 summoners.
So, I think this is quite interesting, because in Game 2, which is the same comp that we now see from Bristol Whipped, they were close. Brunel were closer to beating them than they were in game one. And
Yeah,
a couple of small tweaks, a couple of better executions in terms of their own performance, I think they could have had that game. They've made a couple of tweaks. They've made a couple of changes. They've said, you know what? That composition that you just played, we don't think that it's because of the composition that you beat us. We're putting this on ourselves. We're coming back with our own new draft, and we think that we can do this. Remember, I hate to call them out on this, but Bristol Whipped were in this exact same spot last year. This time they were at the Red Bull Sphere. They were 2-0 up. They were up against Exeter. They got reverse swept. Exeter, who we saw in the earlier video, got to go to Worlds, got all the praise for being the Newell champions for that split. Bristol still yet to pick up the win. This is the same Bristol team who lost Brunel in the winter split. They are known, painful as it may sound, for losing these finals. Right now, they have got to break that chain. They have got to come and they've got to go, no, this is our final to win. We want those awesome money can't buy prizes. We want the honour of being another team who go down in the Newell history books as League of Legends champions. They're writing their own story right now, and it's down to Brunel to stop them.
Exactly. And so in the Q&A, which I did with these players, again, I've posted on my Twitter if you want to go check out the full answers from both of these players. But Chen Sang was recapping his split and saying that actually, yeah, we have matched our expectations from this split. They reached the Newell finals last year, but they've improved so much since then that they believe they should win. So there is confidence coming in from them. Maybe not in the same brash words which are used by Garish and Rosalina, which we've had in a couple of the Q&As as well, but still quiet confidence. And they've absolutely come out storming out the gates in these first two games. They have themselves the comp which they succeeded on already. It means that, you know, they just kind of go slot into game, come out of it, slot back into game, and hopefully they have that same communication, those same expectations for this third game coming into it. But of course, now you have to play against some different champions. I think that the Gragas was pretty good in the last game. I don't think it was the problem. The Sejuani does get tankier as things goes on, but there's no melee synergy really to work with that unless you have the Meganar available. That means that ganking lanes with the Sejuani is not as easy as it would be with something like a Yasuo or something like an Aurelia or, you know, any of these melee top laners, right? So I think Rosalina is going to have a very different game, doesn't have that same early game presence, has some available, you know, the Arctic Assault is still a knock-up in that early game, but you don't have the same burst damage as Gragas.
Righty, we have talked up these two teams a significant amount. Now it is down for them to step onto the Rift and show us what they are made of. What's your prediction coming into this one, Nymeria? Are we going to see the end of the series, or is the fight back about to begin?
I think Brunel have a better chance of winning this game. I think the 2v2 is not going to go as easily the way of Bristol this time. But the macro from Bristol around the bigger objectives the later the game goes on has been very good so far. I think I'm going to put it in as a 3-0. I think I'm going to put it in there. I think that Brunel have been shocked coming into this. I think that this draft is a slight change, but perhaps a major change would be needed to take down this rampant team of Bristol right now. I'd love to see it go the way of Brunel. I'd love to see more games. I mean, I love to cast League of Legends. So I love doing this as an entertaining kind of thing. So more League of Legends better for me, even if it's not so good for my voice. But there, you know, you have to knock Bristol off their perch, and this is playing against the composition they just lost against, and we're going to keep mentioning it because it's a big thing.
Bristol are looking very, very special. This is probably the best set of performances I've seen coming out of this team. Having watched them a fair few times and cast them many times over the last year or so, some of those players even the same as what we had last time round. Remember, this is something of a swan song for some of these players who are finishing off university. We've already talked about Longstaff and I believe it was Wins, was it, that you did the call out for? So we wish them all the best as they continue to pursue their careers in League of Legends or otherwise. And to everybody else who's playing this game as well, best of luck on the Rift and in day-to-day life as well. We are almost ready to get into game number 3.
He says
and
almost
you won't believe it. You won't believe it, guys. You won't believe it. I've got 8 of them here on Thor and Loki, and I've got a 9th in front of me. It's a pause.
Oh, that's horrible. Just like the bot lane of Brunel Phantoms, it is exhausting. Bring out the double exhaust this game.
Double exhaust, indeed. Interesting to see that one. What are it's obviously got to be synergized pretty well.
Yeah, no, I think double exhaust is something which a lot of teams are sleeping on right now, particularly when you're playing a solo dive. If you can exhaust a Wukong, exhaust an Echo, exhaust a Caster, and a Tristana, pretty much actually all 5 members of this team are good exhaust targets. When you're packing 2 of them, it can help you survive these bigger team fights, having the Unbreakable up as well to stop some of that Tristana damage coming through. It could be very important coming into these very close team fights. We saw the team fights last game go back and forth. Of course, it went the way of Bristol, but it wasn't completely clean. It wasn't a 100% victory. They lost some of these team fights with some pretty large advantages.
It's interesting you mentioned the Unbreakable there, because when I saw it locked in, I always think of key abilities that it's going to block out. You think of the Call of the Forge God or potential Nami ultimates. There's not anything really that I look at here and go, oh, you really want to negate this particular projectile coming at you.
It's just the Trist, really, effectively. And that helps in the laning phase, but it's not going to block out something like a Bullet Time or a Call of the Forge God or something like that, as you were saying. We are just coming out of pause, I think, so we're going to quickly sync ourselves up, synchronize the watches. I always want to say that, by the way.
All good to go when you are, guys. And just like that, we step back onto the Rift LoL University Series. It's brought to you by Amazon University Esports, by Republic of Gamers, and Intel. A massive thank you to all our sponsors, and also to everybody out there in the production for the Null this split. A great split. This could potentially be the last game of it. And while I've loved the Bristol Whip performance so far, I kind of want to see them fall on their faces on this one, because I want more League of Legends, and that is what we could easily get on our hands if Brunel find a way to fight back.
Exactly, and of course, it's brought to us by all these amazing people and sponsors. It's brought to you for some amazing people, to all the people in the chat, in the stream, and of course everyone who knows the players or has played themselves in this tournament. Thank you very much for participating in the Newell. Hopefully we will get a couple more games, so we get to make the absolute most of it. We don't get to see you in person, but we will get to see some more League of Legends, hopefully.
One thing that I really think about, and I know you don't like to talk about the scaling too much, but it really feels like Brunel are on a timer in this game. I know they've got the Jinx that can be the late game carry, but in comparison to this casting that's going to ramp up, jump on the Ziggs or the Jinx's face and just obliterate them from existence, especially without a wild growth there to save it, I honestly think if we get anywhere near the game timer we had last time around, and the scores are even vaguely close, I just think Bristol Whip will walk all over them.
Yeah, but what happens if the Sejuani ult comes into someone important, gets off that, get excited, gets that into a snowball from the Jinx? That's why, as much as scaling is nice and it is a very relevant part of this game, it's maybe not as relevant as it was, back in Season 3 when Renekton was the early game king and then fell off an absolute cliff. But, a lot of the modern game is about execution, and that's what I love to see as an analyst, because, there is a bit of that magic. That's the great thing about sports, about competition, not knowing the answer. And not knowing the result of this series makes it even more interesting to watch.
We are just seeing now what the two jumpers are doing. It's going to be top half of the map starts again for both Rosalina and Godunica. We've seen this pretty much consistently throughout the series, despite the champions that have been changing hands. Again, Ifan trading early with Kieran, getting the better of it. Same can be said for Wins this time, as he gets the wave pushed into him, but trades a good bit of damage back down onto the Kassadin. Chentang, of course, with that heroic play last time round.
Yeah, and one of the dangerous things about Castan is that if the lane ends up being frozen against you in an unfavorable state, did say that Sejuani doesn't have the best early ganks, but Castan doesn't have the best early escapes of his own right, so perhaps this is Wins and Rosalina trying to play a bit more selfishly for themselves this time, try and play around mid lane as opposed to any of these side lanes.
So interesting one for you here, Nightmare. Just having a word in my ear that a poll just ended from the Twitch chat, where we got a good crowd out there watching, a lot of people supporting both teams. Question was Bristol 3-0, or will Brunel be able to turn it around? 82% of the votes said Bristol 3-0. They are believing in Bristol and what they've seen so far through game 1 and 2. It is time now for Brunel to make believers out of everybody to turn things around.
But even if you're not, at this point, there's something to be said about just the optics of it, right? Even if you don't watch a lot of League, or you're not actually, we might get that off, as there's a bit of, it's the bot lane scuttle again, but this time it's going to go the way of Rosalina.
Yeah, Rosalina able to secure this one. Meanwhile, again, good damage being put down. We do see Meganar coming in. Kira staying nice and healthy despite the fan. Looking for these consistent trades with the Conqueror. Actually jumping straight back in, landing the stun with the wallop. Back comes Ifan, dashing forward. A real nice even trade between the two top laners.
Yeah, no, just returning back to that point I was making, just because I think it is important to finish it, not even know, if you don't know anything about League or don't watch too much of it, just seeing that a team which just lost 2 games is playing in a very similar game to the game that they just lost, that doesn't look good, you know? Because what have you actually changed? What is actually different about this? Of course, the team will know better than we do, and perhaps they'll think about something micro which happened within the game which changed it, perhaps. But, you know, it just doesn't look good on the surface of it. So we are looking for Brunel to prove us wrong and say, okay, it was something micro which went wrong, something which you can control in this game to bring it back in your favor.
So far, things very, very cagey from both of the teams. Bristol Whipped not wanting to make any slip-ups, not wanting to allow Brunel back into this series. Here comes our first back gank, and it is going to be the three-party Fiesta in the bot lane. I am Jacob getting good damage down. It's going to be a stun lock onto Benuxas, who hasn't died in this series yet. He flashes away. First blood goes over Sejuani, claps the Tristana, but with the teleports joining the fray, it's an absolute Fiesta in the bot lane. Stun is going to land onto Ivan, but now his Kero is caught between 4 members. 3-1 is going to be the kills, and a double kill goes over to the Kassadin. You want scaling, you want ramping up. Well, Chen Tang just took a massive bite.
Kassadin gets 2 kills pre-6? When does that ever happen? Huge teleport coming in from Chen Tang, clearing up that fight. I thought that was massively going to go in the favor of Brunel having that Brawn passive, having the Sejuani passive, which did, of course, give Benuxas his first death on the Tristana, but it just doesn't matter. 3 kills going the way of Bristol sets the tone for this early game.
Castle win starts trending in Twitch chat. Absolute monstrous start coming out from Chen Tang. The heroic play at the end of the last fight. This time he was the first person to get his teleport down to join what was an absolutely chaotic set of scenes. The first blood did eventually go over to Rosalina. Benuxas was eventually killed for the first time in this series. But in the end, it was a massive, massive turn of events. Kassadin, as you say, picking up those 2 kills, getting himself a catalyst this early. An absolutely stunning performance coming out of the Bristol Whip captain.
And once again, you know, this Wukong has got some really good kills.
Oh, this is disgusting.
Oh, red buff on Kassadin is just so nasty. Oh, look at this damage.
The guy's got a family. Give Wins a chance. Chen Tang goes forward. He flashes. He gets his 3rd kill of the game. The level 6 Kassadin, absolutely monstrous. Longstaff was even there to help out. He was not needed whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's an A to Ziggs of ways to kill your mid lane opponent there. 3 kills now on Chen Tang. He'd only had a catalyst, for God's sake. Chen Tang might have a family, you know, himself, he's out to make them very proud of him. Of course, Wins unfortunately graduating this year. This won't be the note he wants to end this split on or this series on, but it's definitely going the way of Chen Tang right now.
What an incredible start. 1,000 gold lead as we see a fan going in with the double cyclones. That's going to be Gadunica coming down, picking up his first kill of the game. Now 1-0 and 3 on the Echo. An incredible performance by Bristol Whip. I wondered if they might take their foot slightly off the pedal, being concerned, not wanting to give too much over to Brunel. However, Brunel, who favour this more chaotic style, they've come in chaotic, and unfortunately they have paid the price.
They absolutely have. They wanted to roll the dice early, and this time it's come up absolute snake eyes for the side of Brunel. They do again get themselves the first dragon of the game, but if there's any way keeping in tune with the first 2 games of this series, it won't make too much of a difference because it's the scaling word. We'll call it charging the spirit bomb for that late game. Want to give them some of your energy, do it in the Twitch chat because they've got it on the Rift right now.
5-1 in kills. Dragon being secured as... Dragon was actually taken away from them. Rosalina picking this one up for himself, however, with this massive, massive gold lead of 2,000 pre-8 minutes. And with Kassadin completely obliterating Wins in the mid lane so far, things are looking really, really grim for the team that are already 2-0 down in this best of 5 series.
I mentioned that Golden Kassadin early means he gets to, you know, the time-dependent items very quickly. Rod of Ages and Seraph's Embrace. He has himself 3 kills and 1,000 gold lead over his opponent at 8 minutes into this game. He'll probably be able to get himself both a Rod and a Tier at the end of this back. In fact, he just has himself just so much money to play with.
Yeah, how to make a late-game champion an early-game champion.
Yeah, he's got himself only 850 in bank, actually, so he won't be able to complete that just yet, but he'll be able to pick himself up a Blasting Rod as he goes back, which he does now, and we might see another contest around this Herald, as both bot lanes have transferred themselves up to Australian lanes in the top lane. I thought we were a UK university scene.
We certainly are, and what a scene it is. Another great final being contested between these 2 teams, things very much so looking good for Bristol Whipped. Meanwhile, Kira's down in the bottom half of the map. He and Ifan do not have their teleports available, so if a fight does brew around this objective, which has now actually been started up by Gadunica, the top laners will not be able to join the fray this time round. Longstaff taking a bit of damage. The zap is there. More and more tags as the passive from Braum is not quite propped on towards Longstaff. Gadunica finds himself a little bit caught between a rock and a hard place. Does have the ultimate available. Dashes forward towards Wind. Has help from Chen Tang, who's coming in. Rosaline is there as well. Now on the wrong side of the wall, already having used the dash, trying to get the stun. He's going to be able to get it, getting good damage down onto Echo, who just dashes away. Meanwhile, Girish and Hyam Jacob, they're running back, running forward. Gadunica goes in, jumps straight back out with the ultimate. We see Chen Tang hovering, doesn't have the most mana in the world. The Herald is going to reset, and the fight will lead to no kills this time round, but Gadunica still wants his prize.
He does indeed. It's a good health bar trade for the side of Bristol, but not having the Echo might make this a little bit difficult if the Sejuani ult does catch out Gadunica with any of the Brunel teammates nearby. He's still going to stay on the Herald for now as we see the bot lanes return up to this top lane, and the Zigzalt once again for the second time today, second time this game even, used to clear a wave instead of in a fight.
And for me, there's still that big question mark around the draft. There's still looking at it and going, you know what, you've just been beaten by this composition that's going great. You've seen Tristana performing so well game after game, not banning it away, instead opting into, I think it was it the Yasuo, the Thresh, and Lee Sin every single time. I feel like not enough respect has been paid to what's actually happened in the games, only towards what's happened in previous games.
And you know what? I just want to actually go back to one of the questions in the Q&A where I asked, wait, let's look for the exact question. It's like, well, basically, do you have to respect any different teams? And he said that, so when I was asking Rosalina about their chance in the series, he says, it's like 100% we're going to win. Bristol is good compared to other teams in Yules, but we're on a completely different level, and this has just not come across.
It turns out they are on a different level, just it's not the higher one they thought.
Yeah, and exactly. And this is kind of the price you pay when you are confident. And they, of course, they said in their own Q&A, that they don't want to take these wins for granted. They felt really down when they lost that first quarterfinal game versus Coventry 4 Imports 1 Bagan. But they came back in that series. They're going to need to do a hell of a lot more against a caliber of team this good right now in Bristol.
One thing I will say for Brunel and all their trash talking is, even if they're not able to back it up in this one and things go south, as we see Longstaff running into a friendly Rosalina, it's that I do find that as long as it's done, it's not like hard flame, it's not being horrible and disgusting, which for me this hasn't been. I think it adds a whole another level of entertainment. There's a reason why Double Lift is one of the most talked about players of all time. It's not just his his skill level that's kept him near the top of the NA scene for so long. It's also how entertaining he can be, as we see yet again. Wynn's getting caught out, trying to get some damage on the Gadunica, is going to be able to jump away, but only so far as Gadunica can chase him, and that's yet another kill. Picked up the 2-0-3 Echo, getting stronger and stronger by the moment. I have had my fill of seeing fed Echoes today.
Absolutely, and talk about 4 seconds, that's more like 200 years there from Gadunica. Just, what can you do as the Ziggs in that situation? You don't have flash, and once again, you step out from under your turret, you die. They're going to go for another dive for chance, actually. Not going to get the stun there, no aggro taken just yet.
Instead, they're just looking to try and get themselves more turret plates as double teleports come in. This is going to be Wins joining just as a fan joins his team, just to get them off to safety. A little bit of peel coming in. Second dragon in the game has just spawned.
It has, but already it's nearing a 2,500 gold lead for the side of Bristol. And of course, this is on the time-dependent champions, on some scaling options. Harold's going to be summoned mid as well to get even more of those plates on to one of said scaling options. The Spirit Bomb of Kassadin. He's not actually going to get himself any of these plates as he's forced off. Maybe it'll just go over to Gadunica. He gets himself 320 gold. Oh, the Kassadin's big
looking for the shutdown onto Chen Tang, and there it goes into Wins' pocket. A little bit of a step too far coming in from the Kassadin.
Yeah, fighting back a little bit in this game now, Brunel. They were slightly down, well, considerably down, but they might be able to get themselves their second dragon, and they did save their mid lane turret after all things were said and done. However, the Wukong is still pushing into this top lane, has the blade complete now, and we saw what FN can do on that kind of item spike in the last 2 games, both of their wins.
We're going to see the Ocean Dragon be the soul this time round. It is a potential, I won't even say win condition, because frankly things are looking so rough right now for Brunel, but certainly will be a stepping stone to try and help them get back on the right path. They're 3,000 gold down at 30 minutes. Actually around about the same amount of gold they were down last game. So even though things look worse with the cast in there, they're keeping themselves relevant as they trade turret plates in the bottom and the top half of the map.
They are, and it is gold onto the Jinx, which we do very much appreciate. This time it's not Benaxas with a lead in the AD carry role. It's about 300 gold right now for the Jinx. I was very confused because I saw negative gold on Longstaff there, but of course he's actually got Omni Stone, so he's got Futures Market, which allowed him to buy his last item, which I completely didn't see because I was looking at the gold instead of the items.
Omni Stone. I still don't think it's great. But anyway, meanwhile, turret was secured in the top side of the map. That was the first turret going down, picked up by Fan and the rest of his team. It was quickly equalized as Jin uses all of that attack speed to be able to get a turret in the bottom half of the map. Good gold being put into the pocket here. Actually a 500 gold lead for Hyam Jacob as the ADC in comparison to Benuxas.
Yeah, but can we talk about the 2,000 gold lead on the Wukong? Can we talk about that quickly? Because that's absolutely huge. This is like a full item ahead at this point in the game. Blade of the Ruin King and the workings of a Black Cleaver. So also the workings of a Black Cleaver. FN is so far ahead of his opponent right now. And now we have outer turrets down in the side lane once more. We've talked about it so much. These long lanes have been going so far in the way of Bristol. They just know how to play the map well.
Yep, and again we see Benuxas coming down with the push. The turret plating has now fallen off, so we'll be able to shred through the health bar on this turret even faster as Longstaff clears out the vision, and Rosalina comes up to the top half of the map trying to maybe find something of a pick onto a Fan, but he's been staying so safe ever since he picked up this Wukong pick.
He has indeed. And of course, his Jackson game 1 was very scary as well. This guy is probably in the running for my series MVP in a lot of ways. He's won himself each of the laning phases, been important in the team
his
fight
Jackson
and
game 1
control
was
the map.
just disgusting.
It was brutal. That being said, I think it has been a team effort for Still Bristol. I don't want to say that one person has absolutely carried the team. It has been an ensemble performance, and the draft as well. So whatever they're doing behind the scenes has been working out to great avail in this game, and in this series, of course.
Well, we have got ourselves a little bit of a lull in the kills. A gold lead still continued. It was around about the 3,000 mark in favour of Bristol Whipped. However, it seemed to be slowing down ever so slightly, but the case of the ramping up Kassadin is a scary one to have to deal with, because this is still an early game. Kassadin has only just picked up the tier.
And we're talking about the case of the scaling Kassadin. Got the case of death for Wukong here.
Wukong goes in, he tries to do what he can, gets the Cyclone, the flash out, and he's got teammates coming around as well. Longstaff eats up a couple of rockets from the Jing. Parallel Convergence gets thrown down. The big showstopper there is Longstaff is going to get killed off by Hyam Jacob. This could be the turnaround that is needed. Gadunica using the ultimate. The Herald already started up. Gadunica has nowhere to run. Says Wani picking up a kill onto the opposition jungle. Finds himself his second death of this series, and the Herald is going to go over in a massive trade. Brunel come up big. Kira is going to find the Wukong, looking for the straight out trade, but Kira, you are not strong enough to deal with the Monkey General.
Oh, he dies anyway!
The final strike comes in and Wukong gets the kill. The final kill of the trade does go over to Ifan. However, the Herald goes over to Brunel.
Yeah, that's a bit of an overstep. They're getting a bit too big for their britches early into this game of Bristol, as their Herald goes the way of Rosalina and Brunel, and a lot of kills and a lot of gold go the way of them as well. There's now 1,000 gold lead of the Jinx over this Tristana. Benuxas tried to flash in, get a kill onto Wins, but of course didn't respect that. The Ziggs also had a flash available, and then it was just kind of jumping into his death rather than the performances we've seen of the first 2 games from the AD carry Bristol.
Wins has had something of an understated series so far. Even in the last game on the Cogmore, which the comp ended up being all about, not the strongest performance we've ever seen from this ADC. However, Hyam Jacob right now is starting to come online. 2-1-3. The Infinity Edge completed. Massive lead in both CS and kills over the opposition Tristana. The question is, can Hyam Jacob survive these fights like he did the last one?
Yeah, otherwise he would be by Hyam Jacob, because you really don't want to get dived onto as a Jinx. You don't have too many tools to defend yourself. That's why the exhaust is important, but of course that only helps you reduce the damage output of one champion that's going onto you. If he is focused down by multiple people, that exhaust is going to lose a lot of value as opposed to something like a heal. The exhaust is very important, as I have been saying. When you have 2 of them on your team, the Braum does bring one to the party as well. If Girish ever leaves the side of Jacob, though, he's very bad for the team of Brunel.
Third dragon of the game just about to spawn. Remember, the first 2 were picked up by Brunel. This is now an Ocean Dragon. We're getting closer and closer to Ocean Soul. Gadunica coming forward, trying to clear out Vision, trying to find himself a way to maybe steal away another objective. He's had so many one smite fights against Rosalina, and he still has a level advantage up against the opposition jungler.
Yeah, I think that Gudunica has been overall winning this jungle matchup this series thus far. It hasn't been an absolute stomp. I think that Rosalina has had some good moments himself in this series. But, you know, this is not a game of large advantages. And a lot of the time it has been kind of incremental advantages built up over the time into something bigger. And we'll see if this kind of Drake stacking can be one of those big advantages which Brunel will want to hold on to. They're zoning them off really well.
Dangerous game being played. Dragon going lower and lower. Gudunica caught on the wrong side of the wall. Dashes over too late. Straight into so much damage. Exploded by the Na'Vi before he can even ult. And look at Jinx throwing out the damage. Wins is able to help out as well. He is eventually going to die to Benoxus in the backline. But look at what Rosalina is doing to protect I'm Jacob. Eventually Benoxus does actually manage to kill off one in the background, getting a kill. But the triple, the quadra for the Gnar. Kira, who has had a rough series. A fan has had their number all through the game. Just showed up massively. Kira may have just swung the game in favour of his team. The gold lead, which was previously 3,000, is now 600. That will go even less as this next turret falls. And that is 3 dragons now in the pocket of Brunel. This could be the beginning of the massive turnaround.
It's a massive gold increase, it's soul point, it's kills, and of course it's pride and confidence going the way to Brunel. Gudunica didn't get off his ultimate on the Echo, which meant all of that damage which you just jumped straight into stuck, and it was not be able to reset. And then the Gnar came up huge team fight from Kara, who did, as you said, maybe turn around this something into something which is going to be a bit of a comeback story for the side of Brunel.
It could well be. Absolute scenes here at the Newell Grand Final. Incredible play coming out of pretty much everyone from Brunel there to make sure that fight was won. Not only the Dragons secured yet again the third of the game, Rosalina doing their bit for sure, but my word, the survivability coming out as well, despite the incredibly strong Kassadin. However, that being said, the Rod is now 10 stacked. The Tear of the Goddess is closer and closer to stack. We're looking more than half stacked already. That is a Kassadin that is going to be very, very online very, very soon.
Yeah, and I think one of the other stories of these team fights is that Benoxas has not been able to make the kill stick. It hasn't been, you know, the reset into the reset. We saw maybe if there was a crit onto Rosalina at the end of that, who was reaching for the anthropomorphized stars at the end of that team fight, trying to find his way out of that. The crit didn't come through, the reset didn't come through, and it was ended up being, what, a 5-for-2 at the end of that team fight?
Just taking a breath, taking a moment to absorb everything that has happened for the first time in what feels like forever. Brunel have a gold lead. They are 300 gold up on their opposition.
It's something, they'll take it.
I'll tell you what, if you offered that to them 6-7 minutes ago, they would absolutely bet your hand off for it. Now, however, they're looking to take more than just the hand. They want the whole arm as they look to try and take this game, to take this third game, and to extend this series.
Do you have experience with that, having dogs yourself? Do you have both your hands? Is that why you play League? Do you still have hands?
I mean, you've seen me play. What do you think?
Let's talk about the game. So there's 2 items for the Jinx coming in. Has the Runa's Hurricane and the Infinity Edge. Sat on a Zeal is Benoxus, so about half an item behind there on the on the Tristana, of course. And this means you do have the possibility of triple crits coming in from the Jinx. We've seen the AoE team fight be huge on the side of Brunel. Had Nars into Mega Inferno bombs, having the Sejuani coming across with a huge ultimate to just slow everyone in place too. The team fights with this Runa's Hurricane can be absolutely explosive.
2 more minutes until the 4th round will spawn. This is going to be a catch onto Longstaff. He throws down the Haymaker. He gets the shield, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. The showstopper and not going to take him over the wall. I'm Jacob picking up his 3rd kill of the game.
It's a good pick. It's a very good pick there. And this is, you know, at least there isn't anything particularly spawning on the map right now, but it does give them mid lane pressure, does Brunel.
No, Merritt, this is it. This is the style I've talked about from Brunel. This slightly chaotic fashion. This is 20 kills in 22 minutes. This is the sort of game that, for me, favours Brunel, and they are playing into these fights better and better every time. Yes, that first messy fight did not go in their favour. It looked like they may have thrown away any chance they had of taking the Newell Spring split. However, now, with these fights continuing and the messy fights going in their favour, they're looking stronger than ever.
They are, however, as I've been saying throughout this series, the map is open. There are side lane champions which are very proficient at taking these side lane waves and getting pressure on them for the side of Bristol, and they've played around it very well in their 2 wins. As long as they don't get caught out in the mid lane like that too often, we might see this Kassadin and Wukong still find a lot of advantages in the side lanes.
I just I don't do it very normally for Twitch chat, but I do want to do a special shout out to one person out there in the Twitch chat. A big shout out to Saga, who was my casting partner. You know, my much better looking and more effective casting part of the last split. But it was a year ago. We were casting this one at Null Live and watching Bristol Whip throw away a 2-0 lead then as well. And I hope he's keeping well. I know he's been working exceptionally hard through the lockdown times. So a big shout out to Saga. But you know what, Alex, I wouldn't change anything. It's been a great split working with you, and we're about to get ourselves yet another big fight. It's brewing here in the river.
Oh, Steph's going for it. Facebreaker.
Rosalina is so tanky for the first time this series, playing on a jungler that can go in and absorb so much damage. It's a lot of what's buying time for people like Hi, I'm Jacob. The dragon has now spawned. This would be Soul if if Brunel were able to take it. Bristol looking for the steal, looking for the fight. They've now got the level 13 Cassidy that has got Seraph's Embrace. Longstaff going in, flashing forward, missing the face breaker. That's a lot of damage being put down onto Rosalina. It's going to be Kira going golden, but a massive super mega death rocket. Jinx gets the double. And it wasn't even the super mega death rocket, the super mega death rocket just missed everybody. Ifan is going to die. Wynn's picking up this kill, but Nuxus doing what he can in the Dragon Pit to try and kill off Rosalina. But you are alone, little Tristana. You're alone and dead. And it's going to be the Ocean Soul that goes over along with the ace to Brunel. And now, if they want, they can have themselves a Baron.
They absolutely can. Make it 4 dragons, make it 5 kills, probably make it a dragon as well, a Baron as well. This is the biggest team fight yet this entire series for Brunel, and I can't see a way back into this game against a Baron, against an Ocean Soul, and against a gold lead for the first time in forever for Brunel.
What an incredible turn of events. 25 minutes in, and the first time this series that a Baron has been secured by the Brunel Phantoms.
It has indeed, and I want to highlight once again, Benuxas just couldn't make the damage stick. The resets didn't come in. Then the team of Bristol funneled into the Brawl Mult and then funneled into the Zigzag, which hit 3 people, deleting 2 people immediately. Once again, I believe that Gudunica couldn't actually get his ultimate off, and it just went from bad to worse because he just couldn't finish off the kills.
Amira, I'm going to start this with an if, and it is a big if. If Brunel win this game, it's going to be so tough for Bristol, because in their mind they will have to be starting to play back everything that went on last year. It will have to be coming to mind the reverse sweep against Exeter. I feel like this game is the most crucial one for them to try and pick up. They've still got the potential to. Yes, they're falling further and further behind. Yes, they've lost a couple of crucial fights and they're losing more and more of their base. But if this casting can come up big, if they can kill off Hi, I'm Jacob at the right time, they could still take it. And I think they need to take it, because I'll call it right now. I think Brunel reverse sweep if they take this game. And take this game is just what they want to do. They've already taken an inhibitor.
They absolutely have. Playing against the Jinx and the Ziggs in with a Baron buff is so nasty. We see just this dominant Jinx running forward, critting people in their face. They're going on to the Nexus turrets already.
One Nexus turret is going to fall despite the slightly premature explosive charge coming out of Ziggs. Gudunica already forced to ult away to safety. A fan has recalled, has rejoined the fight. Chentang looking for a potential pick, is going to get some good damage down onto Kira, who can't go golden. It's going to be Longstaff who eats the glacial prison. Rosalina and the rest of the team finally deciding discretion is the better part of the battle as they back off, but then they back forwards again. They're looking for Gudunica. They land the zap onto him as the the Mega Inferno Bomb will land onto Castor, not doing a massive amount of damage due to the short range. But here comes another Nexus turret destruction. That's an exposed Nexus. That's a massive nah. Gudunica goes gold, and this is the last chance for Brunel to take, for Bristol to take this game. Brunel got the damage. Jinx is dead. What can the Cassidin do on the back of this fight? Chentang still alive. Fallen now. He goes forward, but he can't kill off Wing. Only Benuxas remains, and he doesn't remain for long. The game goes over to the Brunel Phantoms. They're pulling it back. It's 1-2 in this absolute mammoth of a series.
3 games wasn't enough to side Brunel. They're going to bring back their first victory in Game 3. They will not go quietly into the night. Newell Finals is definitely a series now.
They will not go quietly into the night, and neither will I. I apologise to my neighbours, but I'm going to be shouting like this for at least the next hour, with more high-quality games still to be played. This series is alive and well due to Brunel Phantom's incredible performance in Game 3.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this was the turnaround. Reverse sweeps are a known phenomenon. This is just something which happens in League. It's sometimes psychological, sometimes it's a confidence thing. This is how it starts. You were talking about the history of it. Not every reverse sweep has history. This just adds to that effect. Can't wait to see how this ends up.
It could well end up with silver scrapes if Brunel Phantoms take the next game. Will that happen, or will Bristol Whipped close out the series? The only way to find out is to tune back in after this short break.
moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass. They won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPO.
Keep running, keep running, keep running.
BXF's looking at numbers advantage. Chris will arrive, and Captain's in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The rail walk from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from you.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the Newell or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perps kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
I did not think I would get a chance to say it, but we are back for Game 4 of this series. A mere one game away from potential silver scrapes and yet another 5-game series here at the League of Legends University Series Grand Finals. Once again, Stanley Greyheart Barker, joined by Thor, and more importantly, by Alex Naimara Hapgood.
Yeah, I'm more important. I guess I'm more important for today. Not the rest of the days, but for today only, I am more important. I'll take that. I'll take that. Take all the small victories. And not just taking a small victory, but taking a big victory. Brunel bring us to 4 games, as we were saying. I think that Bernixus had a bit of a off game. As much as he has the BTS clan tag, I wasn't standing him in that game. First 2 he was doing very well. This game, just the cylinders were not firing. I think similarly, I think that Guernica and Longstaff were not. Oh no, I just got it wrong. Jacob's got the BTS thing. I was going to make a joke about it. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. It was a joke anyway. Guernica.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I stand in every game.
Oh yeah, that's a true point. Yeah, but Longstaff and Guernica tried to pull off this showstopper into parallel convergence combo multiple times throughout the game. We saw it fail multiple times at very important points. It just wasn't in sync. And on the other side, we didn't see that from the side of Brunel, because, this Jinx was largely untouched throughout the entire game, pops off in a lot of late game team fights, and they managed to just roll forward with their lead.
Speaking of rolling forward with the lead, my Thor has magically turned into a Loki. Hello. And speaking of turning things magically, what a turnaround that game was, because once again, we saw Brunel. I say once again, probably for the first time tonight, we really saw Brunel going for their chaos style, going for these mad skirmishes, the 3v3 bot lane that turned into I think it was a 5v4 when all was said and done, with all the teleports coming down. And in that particular instance, things did not go well for Brunel. It looked like they may have just thrown the entire series by getting the Kassadin fed so early on. And then out of nowhere, well, guess what? They start turning it on their head. They keep taking the fights. They start winning the fights. They end up taking the entire game, turning the series around, putting Bristol once again in danger of being reverse swept for the second spring finals in a row. You've got to think that that's got to be playing now on the minds of Bristol, because
we talked about it.
It's tough, right?
It's just it is, because I know it's a well-documented phenomenon. Reverse sweeps happen all the time in League of Legends. We're actually going into draft now. For the first time, we're going to see a side selection change. This time, it's going to be Bristol on the blue side. Now, I need to change my post-its over because they're on the completely wrong side of the screen, because I'm going to get everyone's names wrong once again.
we are into the pick ban. We have seen identical first 3 bans coming out of both of these teams for the first 3 games. Will we see any change up? Now they're on opposite sides of the rift. We're still seeing the Vigar and the Syndra being banned away by Bristol. We're still seeing Lee being taken off the map, as is the Yasuo. And Alex, do you know the classic like so-and-so walks into a bar jokes that you get?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Did you hear about the Lee Sin? He walked into a bar and a chair and a table.
Yeah, gotcha. Cool, nice. I get it, because he's blind and you can't see anything. You see, I'm big brain. I get it.
Ooh.
We're going to see actually a set ban for the first time, the first game, where it will not be played in this series. So something a little bit different. And of course, the Ziggs being banned. It's been a pick which I think this series and actually both of their semifinals has revolved around. First pick, Yuumi, though. That's huge.
Right. So much has gone on here, just on those last 2 bans and on this first pick. Like you said, the Set and the Ziggs that have been ever present throughout this series are now banished to the ban tray. Speaking of trays, little tray for Yuumi, please, because she has been first picked onto the Rift.
Absolutely, and it was very important with the Trist combo in game 1, just allowing, wait, was it game? Yeah, it was, yes, so she was down to Yuumi in game 1. They had the Jax as well. They also had the Ziggs and the Gragas, which meant they had a number of picks which could just run forward with the Yuumi on top of them and just team fight very effectively. And of course, the last chapter is so good at locking down people in these extended choke point team fights.
Yeah, looking to get that final chapter in whenever possible. We're going to see the Nautilus locked in response. So from one thing that is all about sustain and not really doing too much early on to pretty much the ultimate engage, ultimate CC bot. It's going to be paired up with the Kai'Sa. In response, the Ezreal has been locked in.
Okay. So for the first time, it won't be Tristana. We won't see that at least out of Venex. That's of course leading into this series. We know that Chentang has played that pick. So I think that if there is a passive mage picked up by the side of Brunel, that might be coming in as an answer in the mid lane to try and answer that. Just try and get them out of that safe laning state and try and all in them a little bit.
One of the things I find really interesting here is this lock-in of the Yuumi. When we saw the Thresh being persistently banned away by Brunel, and it wasn't even opted into by Bristol in the end. The same can be said with that Elise that was always being banned by Bristol. We may well see that locked in now with Rosalina having had such an incredible performance in the semi-finals.
Oh, he absolutely took some scalps in his Elise games in the semi-final. He was so good at invading around his strong lanes. On the Elise, they have the option to block it in now. They're going back to the Echo. They played that in game 1, and it just didn't work out for them.
No, it's been played in every single game so far. It's got a 1 in 3 win rate, and it's going to be here for the 4th game as well. So it'll need to go 50-50 if this series is to continue. Get ourselves onto the second phase of bans. Looking to see probably some top and mid laners banned away.
Sure. So this time we don't have the set, so none of those obvious counter picks available. We'll see. Okay, so the Caston had been taken away from Chentang, had 2 games on that. He got very fed early on into the 3rd game, but it just didn't end up amounting to anything in the late game team fights, as just the AoE wombo coming out of Brunel was too much for Bristol to stand up against.
Yeah, I was honestly just waiting for Chentang to come online and to get on cleanup duty, but unfortunately that all arrived just a little bit too late, or perhaps didn't even arrive at all. Nar, on the other hand, who had a really, I'm going to say, poor performance early on, struggling against the Wukong, struggling in the previous game as well. Now actually banned away from Kieran, a bit of a sign of respect.
There was a quadra kill in that game.
Yeah,
the last time we were in. And Kara, even in the game before that, while behind, pulled out some massive Gnar team fights, been able to shut down some of the cleanup. Of course, that game didn't go their way in game 2, but the Gnar was ending up coming online in some of the team fights around the late game, just to at least save his team some of the bleeding, which was being absolutely put onto them by the team Bristol.
And with one of the top laners from last game banned away, we will also see the other taken off the table as well. Ifan, who's had 2 solid performances on the Wukong, won't get to have a 3rd, certainly not yet, because that one's banned away, as is the Mordekaiser. I've got to say already, one thing I'm loving from Brunel, having swapped over to the red side, is the adaptation coming through this draft. Respect being showed towards picks in this series.
Exactly, and last game, I very openly questioned, you haven't changed much. You changed 2 picks, which is something, but what does that actually mean for the grand state of the game? Of course, they proved me wrong. They came out with a very solid performance. This time, they're going for a bit more of a dynamic change in all lanes, actually. Besides the Echo coming in, these are all new picks for the side of Brunel, and mostly new picks for the side of Bristol, too. if this Maokai is locked in, it would have been played by Bristol in their semi-final game 1, I believe, in their win versus Cabbage Family. Of course, finished 4th in the 3rd place match, as we did mention earlier. It is locked in. This is looking like a front-to-back team fight, but doing that versus a Kai'Sa and an Orianna can be quite difficult. The victory is being hovered, so it would give them a lot of scaling options in the mid lane alongside that Orianna as well.
I'm really intrigued by what's going to get picked up now for Kira in the top lane, because we've got that Trundle on the other side that's always looking for tanky targets, and while there's a Nautilus, it's not going to be super tanky because of its role as the support. If nothing exceptionally tanky is being picked up now by Kira, then Subjugate is going to be, I'm not going to say lost, because it's still a useful ability regardless, just not as optimal.
I mean, Ornn is available and really bad into the Trundle. Zac is actually going to be picked, so it is going to be something tanky. This is something which we saw out of Whippo in the LEC.
We did.
Didn't go so well in a couple of those tanky matchups. Sorry for all you Fnatic fans. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's a bit of a painful memory, even though it is very...
I love the way I went out of my way not to spoil the results earlier.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, okay, well, whoops. Okay, well, that happened in one game. I completely forgot about that. It just wasn't on my mind. Anyway, sorry for about that. So anyway, it's going to be a Zac versus Maokai in the top lane. 2 tanky boys. It is normally a Conqueror picked up by the Zac, who can start brawling a bit more and start sustaining up the Blobbles and the Conqueror. I'm really sorry about that, by the way. I just completely...
I'm sure it's fine. Like, let's be honest. People are getting to see a much better series here than they would have if they watched the LEC final. We're the first series like this whole weekend that's not just a 3-0 stomp, so we've got that going.
Anyone watched LCK 1-3-2 today? It's pretty
that
fun.
Was actually some. Yeah, there was
I
some.
That. Very fun though. So absolutely go watch that if you're a fan of Professional League of Legends.
I mean, if you're a fan of Professional League of Legends, that's why you're here, because we have some of the best being played. And I'm gonna go. I don't talk about predictions very much, but I'm gonna go right out and say it. I love this comp from Brunel. It speaks to me of their chaos style, all of the potential, engaged potential they have. I think it's going to be a messy game, and I think that favors Brunel.
Well, one thing which immediately comes to my eyes is that the only way they cancel the Zac jump is with a well-placed pillar. I don't think you want to save the pillar for a Zac jump, or it's on a long enough cooldown to take advantage of. So this Zac will probably be able to make it onto the Victor. Victor is really good, really good when he's kind of left alone in the laning phase, but when you're against an Echo or a Zac that manages to roam down from top lane as well, you don't always get that option available to you, and of course the Shockwave is pretty good at setting up onto the Victor too. So I think that, yeah, Brunel have a lot of ways to punish the backline of Bristol in this game in a way that they didn't have in the last game.
And I've already got PTSD to earlier today when I watched a Victor in mid lane up against an Echo and a Zac.
That was me in my solo queue, wasn't it?
Maybe a little bit.
Thanks. Yeah, that was a fun experience for me. Thank you very much. Anyway, right. So going back to things which are slightly more relevant, slightly less painful for me in some ways. I mean, picking Nautilus into Yuumi is something we have seen a lot, because you're trying to give a lot of mobility and a lot of healing to this one target, but Nautilus actually offers a lot of single target bursts to the first person, which he just kind of dumps all of his abilities onto, as does Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's plasma stacks up whenever an ally CCs a target, and that means that you get closer to your passive, which does damage based on missing HP, which means that if you all in the first target and you get all this Nautilus burst and it stacks to the plasma, you get massive amounts of execute damage from this bot lane. It's such a kill lane, even versus Ezreal Yuumi, which is known to be quite safe.
We are only a moment or so away from being able to get onto the Rift for the 4th time tonight, potentially the final time. Bristol Whip took the first 2 games of this series. They looked to close things out, but they were stopped in their tracks by Brunel Phantom, who have pulled it back to 2-1. One more game needed for Bristol to take their first ever title here in the Neil League of Legends scene. The question is, will they be able to do it in this game? Yeah. They've picked the Victor. They've got the Death Ray. You could actually say they've already got the Victor E.
That's so bad. It's much like how Bristol kind of got a bit kicked in the teeth there. They've kind of got that metallic, tangy taste of blood in the mouth right there, just hanging around. It's hopefully try and spit that out and come back with a victory in game 4. We are both order full production. Thank you for noting that.
Oh dear. I hope that pun count has been put to good use. So we are going to be getting into the game just as quickly as possible. I for one will be looking towards what keystone we're going to be seeing on the Trundle. Quite commonly, we're seeing the Conqueror almost exclusively at the moment on the Trundle.
Predator's
in your
also an
professional matchups, but exactly what I was going to say. There is the option of trying to take Speedy Boy Trundle.
Yeah, there's also stuff like Press the Attack, which is slightly better in the early game in some ways, but against like Against an Echo, I don't think you necessarily... Conqueror helps you frontline a bit more. You have a bit more of that sustain, but it only matters if, like, you're not getting CC'd immediately. We're going to see the press the attack actually coming out, so that would have been, like, the third of the options, which you mentioned. It's a little bit easier when you, like, auto Q. Auto gives you that increased damage onto that single target, the exposure damage. And when you've got a very strong backline and you're against a lot of tanks, if you ult someone and then press the attack on them, the amount of damage they take is very high.
We are only moments away from being on to the Rift, and straight away we're having a look at these compositions. We had the double exhaust lane last time round. That's not going to happen for either of the teams. However, each of them have opted into having a single exhaust. Kai'Sa taking one for herself, and this is something that you've been saying as an ADC is quite important when you've got a lot of targets trying to jump on your face.
Yeah, and I think particularly in this game, if Kai'Sa wants to jump onto a Victor, I mean, there maybe have been a couple of professional games where ADCs jumping onto Victors does not wend so well. Having that exhaust can end up stopping that immediate burst, make it into a longer trade, which normally ADCs favor compared to these burst mages.
Whoa.
Burst mages,
breaking news. We got a pause. What?
And
that was breaking news?
No, I was just saying we have a pause, so I thought I'd pause. Like,
anyway, moving. So yeah, yet again, we're just making sure we iron out any technical difficulties at the beginning of the game, because it's much better to have them now before we bring the action on the Rift than it is to have some of the issues. We're not in a position where we can chrono break like the LEC can, so if there are late game issues, then it's not so good for the competitive integrity.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's been a really well fought contest so far, and I kind of want to go back to I know we've talked about a lot of times. I certainly have, but I want to go back to Rosalina because Rosalina came out and it was starting to look a little bit like he was
tilted,
trying to write checks that were just ultimately going to end up bouncing their way all to the bank. However, in the last game, showed up big on the Sejuani. The rest of the team performed solidly, and now all of a sudden starting to look strong once again. Can they start making good on some of the promises?
I mean, the only person bouncing their way to the hang on, give me a second. My client's quit out because of spectator issues. But the only person bouncing their way to the bank this game will, of course, be... yeah. I think that Rosalina being on the Sejuani last good to make sure he survived the initial engage. Having a stone plate jungler, you're just very tanky with an aftershock, and of course Sejuani's passive too. There aren't a lot of things which can immediately stop the ultimate out of Echo here. You do have... Oh, I'm back in, so...
Cool. I have had a bug splat.
I think, well, we both have bug splats. I'm stuck at 12 seconds, and I'm going to wait for you to come
I literally don't have a client open in front of me for some reason, so...
Lovely.
That has gone well.
Hooray!
I'm just attempting to reconnect as we speak, so I'll let you talk through whatever that wonderful point about Zach Blobs was about to be.
Oh, no, I was just trying to make a joke about bouncing.
Okay, a password is required to enter this room. This is going to be interesting to try and get back into.
Okay. Well, so
I'll let you know how that one progresses. Oh, there we go. I've been given a reconnect option now.
Oh, that's very nice of you. So
I was worried there for a minute.
Yeah, the password was like 1.21 gigawatts.
It was actually Patrick is awesome, but I just guessed it first time.
Cool. Nice.
Accurate as well.
Yeah, he's
a bit narcissistic, but what are you going to do?
Oh, really? I mean, that's.
I mean, if he makes that the password, he's got to be right.
In a lot of ways. I guess I'll just finish off the point I was making about the mid lane.
Yeah, please do.
Both them taking phase rush. I think that particularly that's going to be important for the Orianna against the Trundle, because there isn't a lot of immediate CCs. You have the grab field and you've got the pillar as well from the Trundle. So if you send out your QW if you have an auto, or you get the E as well, you immediately proc the phase rush, get that slow resist, get the movement speed, and you kind of can disengage from a lot of these trades because it's very hard to immediately pin down the Orianna. And then I think it also kind of applies to the Echo as well. I think the only immediate CC is from Maokai, really, right? So unlike in the last game where you're playing into the Sejuani as the Echo, you're playing into the Gnar as well, a lot of other stuff. It's much easier for you to get your ult off, and we saw the difference between in a fight when Echo could get an ult off and when you couldn't.
Righty guys, I have had a glimpse into the future. I am at 43 seconds. I know everything that has occurred. However, I'm unable to pan further back than that due to my reconnect. So if you guys want to get things started, let me know when you're at 43
seconds. I can go to 43. Cool. So, sorry about this, guys, but of course there are sometimes some technical difficulties, as we've seen all across the world in all of these remote kind of broadcasts. It just happens. It's part of the job, and we get on with it. Thank you very much for sticking with us in the meantime.
Well, while we sort this out, I can bring you news from another poll that has been done during the break, and the question, Bristol win or Brunel win, once again has been asked. And
lovely.
I can tell you that again, with 82 or maybe even 83% of the vote, this time it would go over to Brunel. So
Of course it does.
people out there watching think that they've done enough to swing the tide in their favour, despite the fact they do still have that 2-1 deficit. They think we are going to silver scrapes.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've talked about. I think we talked about the mentality, the psychology of reverse sweeps before. We know it can happen. Of course, I mean, what that means is that the emphasis is on Bristol, which I now completely need to remember on the blue side. Again, it's so weird having them change. Having 3 games on the blue side. I'm going to get it wrong so many times. On them to just reset the mentality, make sure they have that mental fortitude, and play the map which they did in the first couple of games. They don't have the same side lane options they had in the first 3 games. We'll see if they manage it. But then again, they were playing towards the team fights in the last 2. We'll see how they manage to work without as much priority as we did in the last games.
Okay, yet again, we're seeing this red buff start for the Echo, which we've seen so many times today. Trundle has also opted for the red buff start, so we're not going to see the junglers on the same side of the map. The question is, when will they first be crossing paths?
Yeah, absolutely. So Trundle can actually run in pretty early and put down a pillar somewhere, but it doesn't. You kind of need to wait until the mobility. Well, you need to make sure the mobility spells are either down or not leveled up yet. Perhaps bot lane is the place where you can try and do that. He actually he's going red buff into a straight level 2 gank into top lane.
That is exactly what's happening. Gadunica has come all the way up the rift, already forcing the flash out of Kira, who did not have Elastic Slingshot available. Decided to get away from that pillar as quickly as possible. Even opting for the level 2 pillar there. Loving that from Gadunica.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pillar was a little bit... He didn't wait for the flash to come through. He had the red buff slow, but didn't want to rely just on that. He's also hit by the bot lanes too, so Hook being threatened from Girish here.
This is Girish just consistently going to be looking to connect with these dredge lines, and if they do, it's going to mean trouble for Longstaff and the Nuxas. Of course, have a little bit of safety with the arcane shift to get away. However, it's definitely dangerous if you're going to keep jumping off the Yumi, landing those autos. If you get caught by the right dredge line, could be a dead kitting.
At least it's not Team Rocket Jump, so it's not make it double.
Already, that's going to be the route connecting, but Nuxas getting out there, having leveled arcane shift second.
He did indeed. So it's a good trade, but nothing really built up there apart from just a little bit of positioning on the wave. We know this can happen with this lane. We've talked about, oh no, there's a gank in mid lane. We'll stop there.
This is Rosalina coming in, forcing the flash out of Chentang, and a Victor without flash is so immobile.
He is in so many ways. We found that earlier today in our solo queue in a lot of ways. So Victor, very easy to abuse when he doesn't have the mobility, and it's very good of a Rosalina to pop it basically with his first look into the map, into the lanes of this game. It's very time efficient what he managed to do there.
Garrett, meanwhile, just picking up those blobs, losing out on some of the trades earlier on to FN, having lost out on that flash pretty early. However, there is a lot of regen to be had from picking up the little bits of flubber, and so far, Kira's pretty happy. Still has that passive as well for all the added safety. Meanwhile, Trundle just stealing away some of the opposition jungle.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, Zac will end up winning this matchup eventually. Rosalina's actually found his way into this bot lane here, using the Alcovs to their fullest extent. There is a ward, as you were saying, in that front bush, and I'm not sure if it's been pinged out yet.
If a dredge line connects, it could be first blood being picked up on the bottom half of the map. Keep our eyes glued to that one. Pretty sure that Echo is going to get spotted out by that ward if he steps down into the bush. Meanwhile, Gadunica going for the repeat gank up in top lane, having already forced the flash. Not able to get
shown
anything
now.
else.
This is going to go, but eyes on the ward.
Yep, that's someone out there is singing the insta-lock version of Imagine Dragons, and you're on top of a ward, and we're going to see that one expire in the next couple of seconds. It'll let him know exactly what he's been doing.
Hey, stops the recall as well. Make sure that the Echo doesn't get that easy back. Means that he will again. Just get a little bit later to these next couple of camps. Oh, it's another gank up. Oh, he's cancelled the jump.
Kira in all sorts of trouble here. Does have the passive available. However, Gadunica not quite able to get the final kill. The slingshot was charged just enough to take Kira a teeny bit of the way back to the turret.
That was actually a really good Q by Zac. Ended up pulling the 2 champions together to take an extra turret shot, which then dissuaded Bristol from trying to continue that dive. Of course, it would have taken a little while to kill the Blobless, even if they did get that passive out. And yeah, Kara playing pretty well defensively in this game so far.
Meanwhile, Hyam Jacob taking quite a lot of poke from the prancing projectile of the Yumi so far. Longstaff obviously playing a very, very different style champion to last time round, doing a really good job of poking out the opposition ADC.
Yeah, and he was a very impressive Yuumi in game 1 as far as a Yuumi can be impressive. Oh, the hook lands onto the track hat though.
Exhaust already put down on the Longstaff. I am Jacob taking a lot of damage in return. He is going to have to zone himself away from this. Here comes Rosalina looking for a potential gank. Not going to be able to catch onto Longstaff just yet. Did have to burn the exhaust in return, but stayed pretty safe. Kira, meanwhile, losing yet more health to these saplings. Ifan having a much better time, but is about to run out of mana.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're playing against a manaless champion. Sometimes you have to look at your extra resource you have to worry about. Oh, this Kai'Sa is getting so poked out. And actually, Rosalina's been found by Gadunica here too.
Gadunica landing the chomp, stealing away some of those stats. Rosalina dashing away to safety, chilling smite, dash over the wall, flash from Gadunica, who's got the echo on top.
Oh,
and
he does!
Blood coming in, but Nuxas over the wall and getting that one down. A nice start for Bristol Whip as they look to try and close out this series.
Yeah, absolutely, and this, for the first time, will be the first Dragon over to Bristol. They get themselves the kill onto the jungler early into the game. Of course, no Chrono Break available to the Echo thus far, and the Trundle gets off to a good start early on.
Wynn's taking a good chunk of damage as first Dragon will go down. Last time we saw Dragon being such a point of contention. The Brunel Phantoms picking up time and time again, unable to get this one on the back of losing their jungler. A nice, easy secure comes in for Gadunica.
Does indeed, and he's going to take the bottom scuttle as well, which is just respawn for the second scuttles of the game. Actually, they're looking to maybe collapse into the bottom river as Kai'Sa and Nautilus are very present in that area of the map.
So I'm looking there at Rosalina's flash, and it is very much intact. Is that something of a misplay coming out of our favourite jungler?
So...
sorry, our joint favourite jungler. Gadunica having a great game too.
I think that, so he tried to go for the Blast Plant and try and make a play with that. I'm not sure he thought that the Ezreal was going to come over and immediately burst him. I wonder if he could have flashed over the wall under turret to get out of vision so the auto attack wouldn't have come through. But it's kind of I'm not entirely sure if I didn't have the team vision toggled on. It could just be an in-the-moment thing. Either way, it does end up causing him to fall down for the first blood of this game. He's actually very far down in terms of camps as well at this point.
Yeah, good start for the Trundle. A bit of an adaptation coming into this series, not something we had seen before coming out of Bristol. They've been able to pick up the Echo themselves 2 games in a row, of course, had that picked away from themselves. Their response so far has been very, very effective. And already we see the Tear, we see the Sheen both being picked up from Ezreal. A really, really nice set of purchases that's going to make a nice early game for the Ez.
Exactly, because you want to get the Tear early as possible, but then you also want the Sheen for lane pressure. This could actually be a gank into the top lane. Just watching that now as Echo is walking up towards the Maokai. The Elastic Slingshot is not followed through.
No, not at all. Just being used to clear up some of these minions. Meanwhile, the Herald has spawned so many times. We've seen rotations from the bot lane, and this time, much like the first game, it is going to be Brunel who rotate the fastest.
Oh, there's 4 members up here.
An express pass straight onto the Herald, straight onto Ifan, who has to burn the flash just to get to safety. Herald will go uncontested over to Brunel as they pick themselves up a crucial objective. On the other side, Gadunica picks up a blue buff in response to the Victor, but frankly gets the worst of the trade.
He does, but I mean, at least there isn't a Ziggs or a Trist in this game, which I've talked about a lot over this broadcast. But they are, it looks like they're probably going to... Oh, Zach's teleporting down to the tower. He doesn't have... Oh, he's going to get collapsed on here on the tower.
Ifan went very aggressive. Kira may have to do the same in response, flashing away. Throwing down the Let's Bounce. The Subjugate is already in. The Elastic Slingshot takes Kira an absolute mile, trying to keep the blob form alive. The passive is still there. It survives just for a second or two longer, and that's going to be Kira not only getting away with his life, but with his passive still intact as well. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Hyam Jacob taking a lot of damage from the tree, who throws the ultimate arguably the wrong way as Ifan takes a lot of damage out of the Kai'Sa. So much damage being put down, but only the 1 kill still.
Yeah, that was really close to actually being a kill onto the Kai'Sa. That would have been such a turnaround. Both of these top laners trying to make plays on their weak sides of the map. And this time it's probably Kira coming out tops with this. It's going to be actually a teleport in from the Maokai. Wait, there are 3 people here. They might try and kill him, but no, they're not going to commit to it either.
No, it's going to just be a little bit of safety in play. Both these teams playing a careful game in this one. It's nearly 10 minutes in and only the 1 kill on the board. Bristol Whipped obviously not wanting to throw away any more of their 2-1 lead. Brunel very, very aware that if they were to lose this game, that they would be completely out of contention for taking home the championship. So everyone's a little bit on a knife's edge.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, like, oh wait, I can't remember the point I was trying to make there. But yeah, I mean, I think that what I was trying to say is, you know, I'm trying to look to say like, oh man, they're teleporting onto the thing there. Maybe Maokai can get killed. That's because we expect Brunel to go for these crazy fights, and sometimes it's hard to call it. And that's why it's really hard to play against this kind of team too, because you don't know when they're just going to press the go button. This time it has been a bit more reserved. We saw that in game 1 as well, I seem to remember. when things like it took a while for things to start going, and then like eventually it was a slow burn, but then brought up into these huge team fights. This time we have 2 team fight teams. We have team fight top laners. We also have team fight, well, junglers in a position to team fight very well in this game too. So we're gonna have to see when they choose to pull the trigger.
I mean, honestly, I think this lack of the Chaos style that we saw last time only hurts Brunel, and I think that actually, even though they've got a lot to lose, they've arguably got more to gain if they can start making some early plays. However, here comes Gadunica looking to get his name onto another kill or assist. We're going to see the ultimate being thrown down. His teleport is going to join the party. This is going to be Kira. Sorry, this is going to be Wins coming in with the shockwave instantly onto Benuxus, who takes a lot of damage out of the Kai'Sa. However, going to be able to walk away with the life. The teleport traded with the flash on the Nautilus as Chentang arrives to the fight as well. Dredgeline straight onto the turret is enough to keep the Nautilus alive for now. He had to flash as well. However, lots of summoners being burnt here in the bottom half of the map, but no one dying.
No one dies, summoners are burned, ultimates are burned, and I guess there's pressure over to the side of Bristol here, who managed to push on into this tower. They actually land another pillar here, but there's going to be an Orianna stuck under the tower.
Wins come straight back in with the damage, and the flash is forced out of Gadunica, who went in too deep. Kira, meanwhile, still losing out on these trades to Ifan time and time again. We saw this in the last game, but then we saw Kira come back with a quadra kill. More of the same?
Perhaps.
Is that quadra when?
Very true. Well, maybe when we get 41 kills, that's when we can really go in too deep. But not nearly at that so far. Oh, this is a really big trade from the Maokai.
Kira's in all sorts of trouble. Blob form is going to be propped. One of those blobs is under turret, and that's the one Ifan immediately walks to. Has plenty of health to use, and with one big smash to the ground, the tree claims a solo kill. Ifan has done this in almost every single game of this series.
Yeah, he has been the top laner to watch out of these two. As much as Kira has come in later into the game with his team fight, the laning phase has definitely gone the way of Ifan. This time he's not going to be on the solo carry, something which has the Blade of the Ruin King, but he will be able to be standing up in the front line in these fights very well. Oh, Jacob staying in lane quite a long time here, but there are 2 members of his team there to back him up if he was engaged onto.
Yet again, a near 3,000 gold lead to Bristol Whip. This has happened in every single game this series. We do see Vision being cleared out as this second dragon spawns. It looks like it is going to go over the way of Brunel as they take their first of the game. The Herald was summoned in the bot lane. It's not even going to get to complete its charge for any turret plates. This has been done purely to buy control over the dragon.
Yeah, so it's not like they've stacked 2 early dragons, it is just the one. It's the Mountain Drake, which helps, of course, the Nautilus and the Zac, and takes it away, importantly, from the Trundle and the Maokai, but it's not like they're stacking up towards the Soul, and the Soul will be a Cloud Rift for the first time today, if I am right in saying that. Can't remember exactly all of them, because there's just been so much action.
You're absolutely right.
Lovely, cool. Not wrong on everything today.
In fact, I think this rounds out. I think we'd seen all of them before this. I think it went Infernal into Mountain into Ocean, and now it's going to be the Cloud. So we've got the full house completed, and looking at the damage, the gold on the map so far, there is obviously this big lead that we just talked about that Bristol have yet again accrued. However, so much of that gold, 1,600 is the lead for the 50 CS advantage Maokai, who already has got that Abyssal Mass completed.
Yeah.
So scary at this point.
And that's something important, right? Because actually, whereas there is also a lead onto the Ezreal over the Kai'Sa, it's a smaller lead, it's only 500, you know? This Maokai's lead is pretty well protected because it's on a tank. It is hard to kill a Maokai. It's easier to kill these backliners, but what that means is, you know, this Maokai is just going to be, it's harder to make sure that gold advantage doesn't make a difference.
There's obviously a lot of tank shred potential, not just because of the subjugation of Gadunica, but also the damage that can come out of Benuxas. But the question is, where is the tank shred going to come from on the side of Brunel? I mean, obviously my eyes are drawn to the Kai'Sa, who is, I was going to say budget Vayne, but actually upgraded Vayne.
Space Vayne. Space Vayne.
Exactly, so has a huge amount of damage and potential shred to come through. However, it's going to be a long time before that Mana Moon Kai'Sa is online, as we see a Herald easily being secured here by Bristol.
My problem with the Kai'Sa this game is that if you want to start chunking through the Maokai, you're not a particularly long-range AD carry. There is a point-and-click route from the side of the Maokai. That was very close to being stolen by the Kai'Sa.
It was exceedingly close.
Too many times. That was like a couple of frames off. But if Kai'Sa has to stand in range of Maokai while he has cooldowns up, it's going to be difficult for Home Jacob to really survive while he's trying to do the tank shred. So these front-to-back teamfights are going to be difficult. And it's going to rely on... Oh, this is going to be a flash onto the Victor. Nothing to gain,
the flash. In response, Chentang able to stay alive. Every time so far that flash has been burnt, we haven't seen the return ganks coming in. And that is why we have such a low kill game. You can see another turret being secured so easily up on the top side. The Herald is available, but it's not going to be needed this time. There is a collapse coming in as Echo and Nautilus are lurking in the wings, but I don't think they're going to get here in time. Gadunica able to make the escape. Here comes the teleport. Rosalina trying to cut off the escape. Gadunica's got the Yuumi for help as the final
counter
capture is
teleport
thrown down. Void Zika thrown out by Kai'Sa, but unable to get close enough, being zoned off by the Maokai. Chentang take down Kira, and the second kill comes in as Venox has absolutely obliterates Rosalina. Girish will be the third to fall, and the double kill coming through for Chentang. And right now, things looking great for Bristol Whip as they look to close out this series and put their hands on the title. The Herald is summoned in the top lane, and surely another turret will fall. It's going to be Wind trying to trade back, getting some damage down to the mid lane turret. But frankly, in comparison to what Bristol just got in the top lane, it is almost meaningless.
Oh, they dove too greedily and too deep. They're now facing down the barrel of a two turret pushes. The Herald does get the smash onto the inhibitor turret in the top lane too. 5-0 in kills. They're being picked up by the carries now. 2-0-1 on the Victor, 2 kills on the Ezreal. Oh, look at that synchronized recall. That's what we like to see. Some style points.
And there was one crucial spell missing in that fight, and it was the Summoner spell teleport for Winds, roughly 10 seconds away in terms of the cooldown that was needed. And if Winds have been able to join the fight, perhaps that ends differently. In the end, however, the 3 kills all go over to Bristol Whip, and now they look absolutely dominant. They're beyond that 3,000 gold lead that we've seen so many times, and they are looking to make this game and this title theirs.
They absolutely are. And, this is what a way to do it. They're doing it in style. They're doing it by team fighting a team which is so good at team fighting, as we've said. And I see that actually Wins has himself the Num Clan tag, and it might be a different song by the band, but, they tried so hard. They got so far. But maybe it won't even matter in this series that it is such a mountain to climb against this team, which is hitting their power spikes very soon.
They're hitting them earlier than they maybe even would have expected to. Last time we thought we were going to get that out of the cast turn. This time we very much so are getting out of the Victor, out of the Ezreal, who are both getting stronger and stronger by the second. Third dragon of the game will be spawning very, very shortly. It will, of course, be that first cloud dragon that we're going to see. I cannot see a world in which Brunel are able to contest.
He might get caught here, though. He's got a flash on him.
That's Girish just going straight over the wall, and immediately the shutdown onto Chentang. That world that I couldn't see may be approaching, because now there's a 5 versus 4 power play in favour of the Brunel team. This could be a way of trying to find themselves a small route back into the game. They look for more picks going towards the dragon.
Vision into pick, into shutdown. It's a good way to get yourself an objective fight off the back of it. The Cloud Drake is available. The first one of the game will be the second for either team. Oh, Girish might be caught out here. He just used his flash.
He's in a little bit of trouble being chomped down on parallel convergence coming in as Gadunica is going to find himself completely locked in place. Prey Seeker comes through, and look at the damage coming through from the Kai'Sa Q. Hi, I'm Jacob, getting lots of damage, but Gadunica is going to survive. Still 0-0-4 on this Trundle. Dragon has been started up, and it is going to reset as Vision is once again secured by Bristol Whip. They've got Chentang about to join the fight, and it's a 5v5 once more.
It is. At least they have the Yuumi to try and sustain themselves up. Trundle's also going to try and use his passive to get some health off of the Raptors alongside the Athene's completed Yuumi. You see, that chunk doesn't mean nearly as much as you want. And it's going to buy themselves the dragon because so many cooldowns were used in the picks leading up to this fight.
And this is going to be a nice, easy dragon going over. See, I told you there's no way in the world that Brunel were going to be able to take this one. I'll tell you what, they almost proved me wrong. But in the end, due to some nice plays coming out of Gadunica, once more, a really stunning performance from the jungler throughout this series. It is going to be a second dragon that goes over to Bristol Whip. What do Brunel need to do now? Some people would say, you know what, you're bleeding out a little bit. Stem the bleeding, find a way and go late, like you did in game 1. You know what? I don't actually believe that. I think they need to keep looking for the mad plays.
I think that, you have a Zac that can reach the backline. Great ball carry for the Orianna. If you kill the backline, it's not like a Maokai and a Trundle are going to kill your team in response. What they do is they facilitate their carries. Take out the carries, the team can't fall apart. Use what you did to kill the Victor. Get your vision, use your punish the summoner spells, which are on cooldown, and then maybe you can find yourself into a numbers advantage leading into an objective fight. It didn't work in that time, mainly because they were kind of slack by the wallet, particularly of Gadunica, who is just very fed on this Trundle, pops his ultimate and has himself a Yuumi on top of him. But that's what you got to keep doing. It doesn't look good for now, but that is the way you win.
Yumi's such a disgusting champion when you think about it. What can be achieved with the little cat on your shoulder? And so far, that is exactly what Gadunica has been the beneficiary of. Looking good as the Baron is going to spawn. We see Vision already starting to go down, and this is Bristol Whip looking to really try and put their mark onto this game and just stamp out the remaining embers that lie in from the flame that is Brunel Phantoms.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I think that's it. I think we should call out Benuxas actually in this game as well. His last game was difficult. I don't think he team fought well on the Tristana. This Ezreal has been putting out damage. It's been safe. It hasn't died yet. And it's going to get up to his points of power very easily in this game, even though they are against a lane which is famed as a kill lane against this combo. So hats off to you. You're doing well in this game. See, if you keep it up, you might earn yourself a title.
They may well. And this is the third game out of 4 where Benuxas has found himself deathless for a long, long period of time. Only game 3, something of a blip on his record. Yeah. Looking again towards Afan, that is still a 50 CS lead for the tree over Flubber in the top lane as Gadunica finds Girish and is going to land a beautiful kill. Girish having to land the max length dredge line, taking himself to safety.
Yeah. So, riddle me this. Let me pick your brain about something. Yuumi or Jar Jar Binks? Which one's what?
Sorry, what now? I'll come back to you on that one because Girish has been caught. No max dredge line to help him out this time. Completely rooted in place. Fan gets his second kill of the game with the Yuumi throwing out the final chapter as well. That was surefire death for the opposition support.
By the way, I consider it a win if I leave you speechless, by the way. So, absolutely consider it a win.
You mean, who do I hate more, or...?
I mean, no, it's just a very simple question. Yuumi or Jar Jar Binks? Consider it as you will.
I would rather see Jar Jar Binks any day in comparison to a Yuumi.
Particularly in this game.
Unless the Yuumi's on my team and doing well and I'm playing you.
Exactly, yes. There are so many ways, and Yuumi just adds so much value to a team, just like Jar Jar added so much value to the prequels, right? Anyway, right, we'll move on from that. We see towers falling across the board. It's the bot lane outer, the mid lane outer. The gold lead continues to grow. Muramana is picked up by the Ezreal. Everything is getting into position for the strongest point in the game for this team of Bristol Whips.
Misa Jar Jar Binks. Misa kill Star Wars.
Stop. Now,
just
okay,
no.
I
It's not.
apologize.
It's as bad as the fridge scene in Indiana Jones,
which we have also talked about at length on our casts.
Yeah. Just like all I'm saying is, you know, it's not needed. It's not needed.
And yet it does continue to exist.
Seriously, like Boss Nass is a better character than Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what's really interesting about this game? My spectator currently doesn't allow me to see Ezreal's skill shot, so I actually have no idea what he's doing. I see like skill.
Maybe he's just not throwing them out there.
Maybe that's it. Maybe he's psychic. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's got like instant transmission on his projectiles there. Either way, he's actually hit his Triforce now as well, so I'm going to be seeing a lot more invisible chunks coming out of absolutely nowhere because I can't see what's hitting people.
Oh, well, I can tell you that Benuxas has been hitting like a truck. Has got a bounty on his head, as does the Maokai. We'll see whether or not Brunel are able to try and force themselves away to pick up any of that extra gold. They're looking towards this dragon, which is spawning in about 30 seconds' time, trying to set up the vision, trying to catch out Bristol Whip, looking for the Chaos Style, looking for the picks, which they found last time.
They have themselves a vision control, which we have praised before. Kero's sat in his brush, but he's been spotted out by the Maokai.
Gets caught by the Prancer Projectile, gets locked down by the root coming out of the tree. Kero in so much trouble, does have the passive available, and he's going to find himself in Flubber form with no one there to save him. Another kill comes in as Kero gets obliterated by the invisible skill shots of Benuxas. It's going to be Van dashing forward. Girish dredge lining himself out to safety, but how much safety can he find as the depth charge knocks up Gadunica? Another Prancer Projectile will land straight into the Kai'Sa as his support falls on their side. Supportal combat going in favour of the Yuumi this time, giving the kill over to Efan, who is 3-0-2, still staking his claim for MVP of this series. Meanwhile, Trundle taking away what is now the third dragon of the game for Bristol Whip. They will get even more cooldown on their ultimates, which is absolutely massive when you look at how they're putting them to great use. Now we see more chunks being done to this mid lane turret. Good wave clear coming in from Winds, coming in from Kai'Sa, and coming in from Rosalina. It's enough to save the turret, but they lose the dragon. They lose Kira's life.
They absolutely do, and they lose so much pressure in this game once more. It's not the first time we've mentioned it in this series, but honestly, what can you do versus them Maokai with a cat on the shoulder? You walk in, you take a chunk out. Actually, the Kai'Sa is doing some damage to this top laner, but it is immediately healed back up. He has an Abyssal Mask. He has Sunfire Cape. What that means is that when he dives into the backline, he's doing significant damage. You know, that Abyssal Mask, MR Shred, if you get that onto perhaps Rosalina and stuff, he's only got Merc Shreds. That's going to shred a lot of that. It means that even even the Arcane Barrage, the True Shot Barrage, the Arcane Shift, you've got all the damage from Victor, and of course you've got like the Yumi putting out some damage as well. It just does more.
But let me tell you right now, Rosalina would definitely want you to know that he is the superior jungler. Right now, 100% kill participation. In fact, 100% kill credit for his team in comparison to the 80% or whatever it is that Gadunika's got.
Baron start.
Gadunика is going to start up the Baron, might not have participated in all of his team's kills, but he's looking to secure yet another objective for his team. A little bit of vision was gained for Brunel as they look to try and force this one. Wins waiting on the teleport, will be joining in the mid lane, unable to get to the fight in time, and the Baron is going to be gone before the Orianna can arrive. The fight has begun. Gadunika turning on to Girish, who has died 3 times, may well be 4th, as Bunoxas gets yet another kill. That's going to be Kira, who does not have a pass available, trying to let's bounce, trying to get the knock-up. It's not going to happen. Baron doesn't go over, but yet again, 2 kills are secured by Bristol Whip, and they just turn themselves straight back over to the big old purple worm. There's going to be a bit of poke coming in as Wins has now joined the fight, but it's got to be so very, very careful on the outside. One massive shockwave will not happen because that one's already been used. It's still on cooldown. Wins with very, very few tools able to help with the steal, as again, Gadunika comes outside the pit, zoning away. Hi, I'm Jacob with a big old troll pillar. So much damage being done to the Baron. The Baron itself not able to do too much in return. It's going to reset one more time as another final chapter comes out. But Nuxas actually eating a lot of damage. Killer Instinct. This is Jacob going in, getting himself a shutdown, getting the one, looking for a second. He's going to get rooted down, eventually going to get killed off by Chentang. Ultimate from Rosalina is going to take him to safety. Gadunika will continue the chase. The Baron will stop. A shutdown was gained by Brunel, but still they are behind in terms of the kills.
So 10-1 becomes 11-2, and it does stop the immediate Baron take, at least, unless they want to turn back on it. It looks like they're going to reset. And actually, we find ourselves a pause after that massive, tumultuous fight. So we're going to come back to us very briefly. This is devolving a little bit more into the chaotic style, which we know from Brunel. But now this is at a massive disadvantage.
They are at a massive disadvantage, but straight away we saw there what they can do when they get into these situations. Hi, I'm Jacob. He sees a small advantage and he will go for it, finally getting himself that first kill on the back of the Rageblade completion. Did die eventually, didn't have the shred or the peel to be able to take down, for instance, the giant tree that is Maokai, but overall, small gains coming in, especially stopping the Baron, which, if I'm perfectly honest, I felt could have been finished off.
Maybe it could have been, but to be honest, like, you don't want to take the 50-50. You had even level junglers, and then if you have a Baron steal go against you, that's how you lose big leads. And then even if you do get a team fight after that, the Baron is then gone, and you have to do a team fight ace to, you know, get all of the Barons away from people. So I think it's worth trying to peel off, and they did get a lot from it. Remember that there were a lot of kills before that 1-for-1 happened at the end of it. They also forced out the Orianna flash. That's going to be something to keep track of in the next team fight. Picking up the blue buff is Wins, and he's had a decent series, but he's not really managed to have the explosive moments we had in the series versus Grey Warwick, where he was just indomitable on his zigs throughout that series. So we're still looking for a big shockwave. That can still change the game. We're looking for that on top of a Zac, but they just haven't had the pick of the fights they wanted just yet.
Crucially, the base is not broken into yet for Brunel. They've still got all of their inhibitor turrets. In fact, even some of their inner turrets still standing. However, with the potential soul about to come up, it's actually going to be
this is interesting. No teleport on Victor.
There is a Maokai just waiting in the wings. Trundle is running his way back down. The Rageblade is eating through the Baron's health pretty quickly as the turn onto Ethan is going to come in. Rosalina steps forward as the Dredge line connects. That's going to be the tree. The tankiest member of the Bristol Whip being forced down. However, there is lower health bars on every single one of the Brunel Phantoms than it is on the tree. And Gadunika has arrived. Yumi's here at the party too. And Monoxas has picked up a kill onto Wins, looking for a second onto Kira, who jumps away with the elastic slingshot, eats a death ray to the face for good measure. Gadunika with one final bop, and that's Chentang, who throws down the ultimate, gets the kill with the Chaos Storm, and just like that, the base is about to be in a lot of danger. Brunel bit off more than they could chew. Gadunika bit off all their heads.
Yeah, they bit really hard onto a piece of bark there, as even though they were trying to punish the Victor not having teleport, the Maokai is too tanky. You can't kill him with 5 group members, and this is going to cause them to lose a team fight, lose a mid lane inhibitor, and that base, which you said had remained unbroken for 28 minutes in this game, finally crumbles to the side of Bristol.
That could be the moment that we see the end of Brunel's dreams of taking home this championship. Bristol looking stronger than ever before. I believe this is one of the biggest gold leads they've had through this entire series. They're now 7,000 gold in the lead. They're about to secure themselves a Cloud Soul. The question is, are we about to see a repeat? Rosalina's just started up the Baron again. It is Groundhog Day all over. Rosalina already so very low. Might even have to use the ultimate, eating so much damage. Does have the ultimate and just about survives. What am I watching?
Oh no, they're on Vision. They could get run down here. They didn't have the Echo. This is bad.
Godunica does get knocked up by the depth charge. However, the pillar is going to stop Jurish, who has decided to be the sacrificial lamb in this one. Unfortunately, another lamb is going to be high. I'm Jacob, who gets completely obliterated. 3 quick kills come in on the back of a super risky Baron start. It's going to lead to Baron being picked up by Bristol Whipped.
Welcome to the slaughterhouse. Welcome to the Baron pit, say Bristol Whipped, as they might actually try and take both of the objectives like they did in game 1 with their teleports. It looks like I actually know the Cloud Drake will at least be taken away. But this Malco is here to make a difference.
Ethan is here, he's already thrown down the ultimate. We see Kira trying to take away the dragon. Remember that Zac is not the jungler, does not have smite. This is still not a 50-50, but Ethan's still got a chance. It's the sapling toss coming in, the damage is there finally.
Oh no.
Wins who gets it, but at the cost of their own life. Kira is going to be able to elastic slingshot over the wall despite the damage coming through. Godunica, meanwhile, is two-manning the Baron with Benuxas, able to secure this one. Godunica so tanky, so much life still coming through. He's going to step away at the last second just to make sure it doesn't die to Baron, but that is going to be Baron on all 5 members of Bristol Whipped.
Yeah, and you've got another half a minute with this Orianna not being on the map, not being able to wave clear. Looks like there aren't any waves immediately being shuffled into the base to really take advantage of that. 7-1-3 is this Victor. Picks up a Death Cap, had a Banshee spell already, well on the way to avoid staff. This is absolutely insane from the mid laner of Bristol, and honestly, he's not even had the chance to, full-on team fight yet in a lot of these different ways. Any one of these carries, if they survive for the side of Bristol in the Ezreal or the Victor, and they do end this game.
They are so close to that title which they must be craving, having been runners-up so many times. Bristol Whipped are so close to getting that big victory that they want. Godunica just so happy to step forward, has got the Yuumi for company and has pretty much endless sustain at this point. The Cloud Soul was not secured because the dragon did go over 2 wins who gave up the life to secure that. We have now got ourselves a straight 5v5, but one of these teams has already down an inhibitor. One of these teams already has the Baron. One of these teams has a near 10,000 gold lead.
One of them absolutely does. It's also worth noting that, just having the 2 Cloud Drakes for the side of Bristol means that ultimate cooldowns are just always available. The Victor, in particular, level 16, has an extra 20% CDR on top of the 20% he already has in his inventory, in his items. It means that he's just so hard to team fight against. He always has Chaos Storm.
Second inhibitor says goodbye to the Rift, potentially never to respawn again. Ifan and the rest of the team will turn their attention towards the top side of the map, where Rosalind is desperately trying to clear out the minions, but not being very effectual in doing so. The final inhibitor turret is going to fall just as Kira goes in with the massive shotwave that lands onto 2. The damage now coming through from Hyam Jacob, but it's not enough. Rosalind does manage to take down 10 tank, but what's going to happen to Hyam Jacob on the back of it? But Nuxas comes in and absolutely shuts him down. Double kill for the Ezreal, looking for a third as Kira tries to get to safety. Not going to be able to. Triple kill for the Ezreal. Could this all end with the Penta? Girish on solo. They're trying to give it to the Ezreal. Flash away, but Nuxas, one more shot, gets the quadra kill. Wins trying to get to the safety of the turret, does manage to take down Godunica, but Benuxas, who's on a Penta, now all he cares about are these Nexus turrets. He doesn't need a Penta if he's getting a Champions Trophy. It's going to be Bristol Whipped who are going to be the champions of the Null Split. The League of Legends University Series winners are going to come from Bristol. They've been the bridesmaids many times. Today, they take the championship home. Massive congratulations to all of Bristol Whipped.
Welcome to the podium, welcome to the history books. Bristol, we didn't expect it at you at the start of the day, but you bring it home very strong. And Brunel, commiserations, you came in strong, but it's gonna go to Bristol at the end of the day, and honestly, my heart is racing from that. Just so much drama throughout the series. We thought it could be a reverse sweep coming in. Votes going one way to the other way when we were set at match point. Then it went back to the comeback, but it wasn't to be. A fantastic closeout from Bristol Whipped.
We have been denied Silver Scrapes, but we have crowned new champions. Massive congratulations to Bristol. They picked the victor and they got the victory. An absolutely wonderful way to see them close out what has been a terrific split here on the League of Legends University Series.
It has. And honestly, this is what we live for in terms of the casting world and the spectator world as well, because, you know, it's about the underdog stories. It's about the unexpected. It's about the drama. It's about the outplay. It's about the raw display of talent. And every member on the side of Bristol had a moment to show. And of course, actually, Brunel had that chance as well. You know, their Game 3 victory was another ensemble performance. They shouldn't take nothing from this. Of course, they're going to be disappointed. They came in confident. They had confident words. And please do not lose that attitude. It is so entertaining. It is so valuable for the League of Legends scene. But this day belongs to Bristol, and congratulations for it.
Certainly, very, very true. Is there anyone, it's your divine right as Colorcaster to get to pick the MVP for the entire series?
Ethan. It has to be.
I like Ethan.
I think that Maokai game alone was enough to put him in contention, but the game won. Jax, when the solo kills into the sideline pressure, the Wukong having the teamfight presence, this guy outlaned, he out-team fought, and he shined like a star.
He absolutely did. Again, massive congratulations to Bristol Whipped. We've got ourselves pretty near the end of the Newell's broadcast for League of Legends for this entire split, so it now falls to me to say a massive thank you to everyone who's been a part of making this this product get out to you, the Twitch chat, massive, and to you, Alex, who've done a fantastic job here, not just this final but this entire split, to our other casters, Scriv and Sarge, who have been utterly tremendous and have very, very bright futures. Thank you so much to everyone involved with the production, to Phil, to Patrick, to Geomancy as well, who has headed up this entire tournament, to everybody else who I apologise if I've missed off as well. Without them, none of this would have happened. And the same can also be said that this wouldn't be possible without the help of our partners, Amazon University Esports, to Republic of Gamers, Intel and Twitch students who support all the work we do with these students across the UK. But the final's in the books. It was not to be the reverse sweep. We didn't get the Silver Scrapes. The best thing that I can offer you is a very sleepy Loki to say,
Aww.
Good night from me, Greyheart. Good night from Nymera. Good night from the Null.